What up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Appreciate everybody for rocking with us on this Friday, September 26th. Big time football day tomorrow and this weekend. College football and the NFL. And yeah, thanks for chopping it up with us so we can chop it up with y'all. Again, Chip Brown, he ain't here right now. Y'all know him. CP time, CP Chip. It is what it is, but again, appreciate y'all. Like, subscribe, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X. We're everywhere. Instagram. Get the app. Y'all know how we roll here. 512-222-9328 for the Go to Text line. Hit us up there for all your comments and opinions. Yeah, a lot to get into. Pretty sure we got John McClain coming on today, so that should be fun. Going to be interesting to hear John's thoughts on the 0-3 Houston Texans, because I'm sure John has some serious thoughts on that team and that dumpster fire there in H-Town. But, yeah, man, as you can see, still in Cincinnati doing big things, had the famous Skyline Chili today. It was cool. It was cool. I don't know. I don't want to diss any of my Ohio folks out there that will die for that Skyline chili. Me personally, I don't get it. The whole spaghetti with the chili, I don't know. I'm a Texan through and through. So, our chili, it got some heat to it. You know what I'm saying? This chili, a little sweeter, it's different. It's different. I embraced it. I'll give it a B minus, you know what I'm saying? Again, I feel like I'm a tough critic, but hey, it was cool. It was edible. Hot dog was cool. Spaghetti was So, yeah, Ohio, y'all are doing y'all's thing so far. You know what I'm saying? Seeing a lot of Ohio State flags, people's houses and stuff. Just proud folks out here in this state, man. Even though University of Cincinnati and Xavier's down here, obviously Ohio State reigns supreme in this state. So no matter what part of Ohio you're in, Ohio State, they're going to get their love there. They got that Ohio State Buckeye ice cream. Tried that yesterday from Graders, which slammed. That place was good. Ice cream place, Graders, it hit. So there's my man in the green room in a different location. Also, where you at, my man? Chip Brown in the building.
Look at us both taking our shows on the road.
You got to do it that way sometimes, man.
Sometimes it's what you got to do. I mean, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy y'all are hanging out with us on a free-for-all football Friday.
You in the Winnebago?
Yeah, man, we're in the RV.
That's what I'm talking about.
Out here camping on the off week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
That's what it takes.
Yeah, I was telling the people I had the famous Skyline chili that Cincinnati known for. The spaghetti with the chili. Yeah, it was all right. I said I gave it a B minus.
Oh.
It was cool. I mean, I don't get the rave. And I was telling the folks before you jumped on, I guess just being a Texan, we love our chili down the South, down the Lone Star State. We love our chili. It's got some heat to it. It's got some kick in it. It's different. The chili up here, a little sweeter, not as much flavor as I would have liked. Plus the whole spaghetti thing is just kind of odd. A lot of cheese. I'm a big cheese guy, so that was cool. And Gringo, there's different ways you could get it. They got a 3-way where it's just cheese, meat, spaghetti. Then you could go 4-way, add the onions. Then you could go 5-way, which is what I did. And that's when you add the beans. So they don't add beans unless if you ask for it. I felt like I had to find the full experience, with the beans. It was good. It was good. I'm full. It was edible. It was cool.
I'm full. It was edible. That's cool. I mean, that's what you want.
Yeah. I don't get the rave, don't get the hype as much as it's been promoted to me. But hey, Ohio folks, they're proud down here, Chip. I know you feel a certain way about them, or at least Ohio State fans, but they're proud people. I've learned that in the last 20-something hours that I've been here. They're very proud people, and I can respect that.
Well, what is your? I know these glasses are terrible. What? All right, I'm not gonna wear them.
No, I'm not laughing at the glasses, man. Their comment section's already wilding out, man.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. Well, first of all, what do your family members from Cincinnati think about your review of Skyline Chili?
Well, they ain't from Cincinnati, so they don't care. They just moved here.
Oh,
so it's just my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law, and their kids.
You just moved there from Austin?
Houston. Yeah, so they've been in Texas.
So were they like meh?
Yeah, they're the same. Yeah. Like these are Texans also. So like we take pride in our chili. I feel like for a Texan coming to Skyline Chili, it's not going to be anything crazy because we take pride in our chili, in the Lone Star State. So it's, maybe you could get some folks from other states, but nah, you ain't going to get me. It was a B. I gave it a B. A B's fine. B's get degrees too. Like
B's get degrees.
Yeah, I respect the culture. I respect the swagger that Ohio folks got down here. Beautiful city. Very calm, peaceful. I can see why people fall in love with Cincinnati or some of the other cities in Ohio.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Never been to Cincinnati. So yeah, what's the temperature up there?
Oh man, it's nice.
James wants to know.
Yeah, the high's like 78, lows like 52. Yeah, it's nice. Took a walk earlier. It's nice, man. It's nice out here. Very different than September in Texas, that's for sure.
Look at John.
Yo, man. Yo, that sounds like a party to me, Johnny. That sounds like, yo, man.
That's terrible.
That's not terrible. That sounds like a good time. There ain't no fun if the homies can't have none.
Hey, I'm just saying. Yeah, man. Okay, so Thursday night football.
Yeah.
Give me your take.
It was tough watch early. Like Seahawks, they were putting it on them. That Seahawks defense, man. Byron Murphy, those boys. Kyler was running for his life all night. Then the fourth quarter came around, and Arizona, they started making things happen. And Kyler made some big-time throws. Marvin Harrison Jr. made some big-time plays, which Marvin Harrison Jr., he's getting a lot of heat, man. You know what I'm saying? You could kind of compare his situation, similar but different, to Arch Manning. Like, think about it. Your dad is one of the greatest wide receivers of all time. And now you can't hide from the name. Like, you compare it to Bronny James too, even though Marvin Harrison Jr. is really good compared to what Bronny James is. But you know what I'm saying here. That's a lot. So when you go on a slump, you feel it different. That heat's a little hotter than just normal folks that don't have that family tree and history when they go through adversity and slumps. So I feel for Marvin Harrison when he was going through the slumps these first few weeks. And you know Kyler, man. Kyler ain't going to help you. Kyler's such a bad leader, dog. And Herb Street was calling them out. I appreciated Herb Street last night. Herb Street was calling them out. Herb Street was getting a little confused with, he was comparing them to that classic 2018 class that had Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield in them, which Kyler was a year after. But he's basically talking about quarterbacks of that era that have been the franchise of their team and that have really performed. The Mahomeses, Lamar, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Kyler, especially being the former number one pick, he hasn't hit that yet. So you wonder why. Like, why hasn't that been a thing? You could go to his height, his stature, Okay, we know he has wheels, but really it comes down to him as a leader. I know some folks don't want to hear that. Like, that's true. Kyler Murray, he throws an incompletion, third down. It's like a 3rd and 9. He just got sacked on a 2nd down. So now it's just, making things harder. You're 3rd and long. You don't get that. And you just see his face. And it's like, bro, you're the quarterback. I understand being frustrated, but like, players like Marvin Harrison Jr., they need you to be lively, to be up, to give them a pat on the back. Like, yo, keep your head in it, youngster. You're good. And 4th quarter, they started to make things happen. Marvin Harrison Jr. had some big-time catches, had a beautiful touchdown, which a beautiful pass by Kyler only put it in a position that Marvin Harrison Jr. could go catch it. But the key to the game was the kicker for the Cardinals, Chad Ryland, which the dude just completely smokes the kickoff. We know the new rules in NFL that, they changed a couple of years ago, and they changed again this year, where you have to wait. You have to wait until the guy catches the ball for, the kickoff team, those guys to move and stuff. And you have to kick it in a certain spot. And if it doesn't hit, like, I want to say in between the 25 and the end zone, like, penalty. And that's what happened. My man didn't make it. Now Seahawks start on the 40. Sam Darnold hits Jackson Smith-Njigba on a beautiful go route, which Jackson Smith-Njigba, he almost lost his team the game. Luckily, the ref was cool because he was on a hot mic, and Jackson Smith-Njigba had a big-time block that got called for a holding that led to a touchdown, and it got called back, and they caught Jackson Smith-Njigba saying, "That's bull." And Herbstreit and Al Michaels are hilarious. They were like, oh. And the ref stopped what he was saying mid-sentence to say the penalty and looked at Jackson Smith-Njigba and was like, you want something else to say, bro? Don't cost your team right now. You're lucky I'm being nice. So, yeah, JSN, he was lucky there. But, yeah, man, like, Kyler, he's just so easy to hate. He's so easy to hate. And that's the thing. Like, they've been playing decent football. They were 2-1 coming into this game. Now 2-2. That game's big time when it comes to the standings of the NFC West, looking down the line. But yeah, man, it's just.
Is he 8 of 23 against his own division?
Yeah. Like,
well, how about the Seahawks? Because they look pretty good.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, defensively, you got, Byron Murphy right in the middle of that line. They're making it tough for teams to run. Now you got Sam Darnold in there. He's a improvement thus far over Geno. And the Seahawks look like they're in business. You think they win the division?
I don't know about all that. Let's see what happens with the Rams and, San Fran. San Fran's been playing decent with Mac Jones. Let's see what happens when they get Brock Purdy back. But, yeah, that defense, stingy, man. Devon Witherspoon, he could play, one of the best corners in the league. Tyreek Woolen, even though he's taken a step back since his rookie year, he's still a pretty tough corner. You mentioned Texas' own Byron Murphy and picking up DeMarcus Lawrence, even though he has a lot of miles under those wheels. DeMarcus Lawrence, timely plays, he could play some football. So, yeah, Kyler and them, they were rattled all night. And that 4th quarter, they finally found something. It's not like the Cardinals don't have talent. Like, they got guys. Trey McBride's one of the more underrated tight ends in the league. Marvin Harrison Jr., he's going to be really good. He's just going through one of them slumps right now. But it goes back to the quarterback. Like, if you know that, man, like, Kyler, this ain't your first rodeo. You've been in the league long enough. Like, get off that damn Call of Duty. We get it. You have little man syndrome. I've seen little man syndrome in way too many ways, Chip, in my life, especially being a taller brother. at 6'3", 6'4". I've known a lot of dudes that just, it's hard for them to get through life because they just so insecure. You know, short king, that's okay. There's a lot of women that love a good short king. But like there's certain things that like you don't have to prove that you're hard and tough all the time. And once the kicker, you know, once they lost that game last night, you could see Kyler, like he was on the sideline, he was saying something to somebody, and you could tell it was like, I don't know what he said, I'm speculating here, but it looked like he was bashing someone. It looked like he was like, oh, Seahawks win. They show Kyler Murray. He's talking to someone. And he was like, see, man, if that mother effing kicker would have kicked the kickoff right, then like he just has that negative aura where you're just like, bro, you gotta be more positive than this.
But they can't run the ball.
No. And they lost homeboy. God, what's his name? James Conner. Yeah. Conner. They lost James Conner, Achilles injury, which he was one of their leaders of the team. So that's a big time setback. You know, he's very underrated himself as a running back in the league. And now he's done for the year. So yeah, not being able to run the ball, it's definitely an issue, but
yeah, I'm not buying the Cardinals. And if Kyler has to run, he's in year 7 in the league. Let's see here. How many hits? So he ran it. Let's see. He ran it 93 times as a rookie, 133 times in his second year, then 88, 67, 44. That's where it should be. Then it went back up to 78 last year. I mean, he still ran for 572 yards, 7.3 a carry, best of his career, 5 touchdowns. But, man, once you hit that 7th year in the league and you don't want to run it anymore.
Yeah.
You're just, you know, all that youthful enthusiasm has been beaten out of you.
Yeah, and you look at his injuries like throughout the league, it's tough. Like he's torn his ACL, he's had hamstring issues, has wrist issues, had a big time ankle sprain 2021, shoulder sprain, AC joint, another hamstring pull in 2019. So it's not like he hasn't been through the ringer. And you look at his stature, like, how long can this guy last? I mean, maybe he's just hurting all the time where he can't smile. I don't know.
Call of Duty issues. All right, let me ask you this question because Texas is off this week. They start SEC play at Florida next Saturday at 2:30. What do you think Texas's SEC record is? They're going to play 8 games.
God. Yeah, right now it's looking 6-2-ish. Yeah. I don't like that at all because that means they're going to end up 9-3 overall. And I don't know if 9-3 is going to get you in the college football playoff.
Right. That's going to – then it'll depend on which games they win.
Right.
Because if they lose to Georgia, OU, and Vanderbilt or A&M, then is the resume strong enough considering you've lost to Ohio State in addition to whatever 2 SEC losses you have? You'd have to beat like Georgia would need to beat Alabama. You'd need to beat Georgia at their place. You got to have that signature win. I mean, it got them into the playoff in 23, beating Alabama in Tuscaloosa. But yeah, this is interesting, and everyone's hesitant, right? Everyone's hesitant you're either buying Arch Manning stock or you're hesitant. You saw him tear up Sam Houston. Now you're wondering, okay, did he just unlock the mental block that was happening early on? Or does he get hit, have some adversity, throw a tipped pass interception or something against Florida, and he's back to questioning and waiting and not being accurate? Because it's just, no one knows. No one knows if that Sam Houston game, I guess one of the worst defenses in all of college football, was just, like a scrimmage against a terrible team, or if it was, the confidence fill up that Arch Manning needed to carry him into the, conference play. Yeah. And only he knows, and maybe he doesn't even know. But yeah, this Florida win is a must win. I mean,
yeah,
because you got Lagway with issues, you got their defense with some starters who are going to be out. You got to win that game. And Arch has been not so good against pressure. His first 3 games, he was not good against pressure. And then against Sam Houston, he dropped back 22 times. He was under pressure 7, and he killed it. It's 5 of 6, 2 touchdowns. But Sam Houston's pressure is different from Ohio State's pressure. So we're all watching this thing, wondering, okay, because you're seeing all these dogs out there, you're seeing guys like the Hutto Hippo, Will Hammond out there. That dude's just hungry like the wolf. Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss from Ferris State. These guys who are scratching and clawing for the opportunity. And then, you got this weird situation with Arch where everyone crowned him before the season, made him the Heisman favorite, all this that he had no control over. Clearly it was messing with his head. Okay. That was then. This is now. What kind of confidence is in there that's going to keep him from, getting down on himself? That's the $1 million right there.
Yeah, great points. I mean, I think I'm more concerned with this Texas team just about their discipline. The penalties. That's a huge issue. 9 against Sam Houston. We're a little bit better against UTEP with 7, but we saw how that offense was that day as a whole. Those penalties, did that help anybody, especially Arch Manning? And then the one that is the craziest is the 12 that you had week 2 against San Jose State, which accounted for
at home
yards. At home, man. Like, how's the best game penalty-wise the one against Ohio State, which in that game, those penalties were so timely and so costly. Like, is that what's going to be the Achilles heel for this Texas team moving forward? Because that offensive line, just kind of like with Arch, we're wondering, okay, what are we going to see? Like, we have no idea. It makes you nervous,
right.
Which offensive line you're going to get, which play, which snap is going to be the one that completely changes the game because somebody misses an assignment, or which play where you're driving down the field and all of a sudden you have a big time holding call and now you're looking at 2nd and 15 and then you only get a 3-yard run and now you're looking at 3rd and 12 and Arch feels pressured to make a play. Like, okay, now I have to push the ball down the field check down. I don't want to do that. We were just rolling. We just got 2 first downs. Now we got set back by a penalty. I have to make a play for my team. I feel like that's what's gotten Arch in trouble at times, just because, you feel obligated to put that Superman cape on, which I feel him. Like, I love a quarterback with that type of mentality. It says that he's a winner. It says that he's a competitor. But also, sometimes you got to know when to throw it out of bounds and have your very underrated punter that can completely flip the field, go out there and change the game that way, and then come to the sideline and live to fight another day. I think when he really understands that, because against Sam Houston, you didn't have to do that. The punter wasn't on the field. There weren't many times. Like, he did take that sack in the second quarter where he was trying to make something happen, which, again, you never want to take a sack, but that's a win play in my opinion. There's nobody open. We saw in previous weeks, he would just throw it out there.
Right.
Hey, Ryan Wingo out there somewhere. Right. Parker Livingstone out there somewhere. That is not any type of success, mentality there. So,
well, think about this. Arch Manning's been sacked 3 times all year. Florida has 3 sacks as a defense in 4 games. It's 128th of 134 teams in FBS. Like, they're not getting home. And so that's a plus for, and look, the Texas offensive line has been good in pass protection. They have not been consistently good in the run game, which is just weird, because that's been a steady theme of Kyle Flood's offensive lines. Like, they're good in pass protection, which can be the harder of the two. And Texas hasn't been, a consistently strong running team unless, in that last year, you had Kelvin Banks, you had Cam, you had 3 draft picks on that line, and you ran it when you had to against Texas A&M, but you didn't run it.
That line had their struggles, like in all the losses. Like, what was the average there? Ohio State and
right,
Georgia.
yeah, terrible against Georgia both times. They averaged 2 yards a carry, and so yeah.
Do you like that they're running more gap scheme stuff compared to previous years?
That simplifies it for the offensive lineman. You know exactly where you're supposed to hit. The runner knows where he's supposed to go. The zone scheme, it's more of a feel thing.
Yeah, with these 3 running backs, with Contravian Wisner and even Cedric Baxter Jr., he has to get more acclimated to the zone runs. But with Christian Clark, Jared Gibson, and James Simon, I think it needs to be as simple as possible for these guys. Like, scheme is probably best right now. Mix a little zone in there, but yeah, you got to make the game simple for these young guys.
Yeah, it's going to be real interesting to see if it's all, I think Contravian Wisner is the healthiest of he and CJ Baxter. I know CJ wants to play against Florida. That's a homecoming game for him. He's from Orlando, which is like an hour and a half from Gainesville. And, he wants to play, but
yeah, you got to be extra careful with him. Is the hamstring, I never asked you about this, is that hamstring the same leg that he had the PCL, LCL?
Not sure.
Okay.
I think it's the other one.
Okay.
I think the hammy's in his left. I think the LCL, PCL was his right.
Okay.
So, but you're going into muggy Florida. You're going into cramping weather. So they need to be hydrated and ready to roll. And there's always an afternoon shower in Florida. So you're going to probably play through some rain. you're going to have some conditions. I looked at the forecast. There's already a 40% chance of rain, but there's like a percent chance of rain every day in Florida. Because those afternoon showers roll through for like an hour, and then it's sunny again. It's just part of being in Florida.
Do you fly to Orlando and then drive up there?
Yeah, I'm flying into Tampa.
Okay.
And then, driving over.
How long is that drive?
It's like an hour and 45.
Oh, man. Damn.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you could fly into Jacksonville. You could fly into Orlando. You can fly into Tampa. And in honor of my man, Eric Henry, I flew into Tampa. So I guess we're going to hang out Friday night.
That's what I'm talking about.
But yeah, man, that game's so huge because how they come out of this game is going to say a lot because OU's defense is legit. So OU's defense will be the best. I mean, the best front. Ohio State had the best secondary, but OU will have the best front of any defense that they faced. And maybe, Georgia's been up and down. Georgia gave up some booty to Tennessee. I mean,
can't give up that booty.
Can't give up that booty.
Give it up.
We don't know. I mean, we're going to find out a lot about Georgia tomorrow. Because here comes Alabama.
And the Stockton, 34 years old, man. That gives him that. He got that aura. He got that grown-ass man aura. Better be careful tomorrow.
Right.
Huge
so
game.
Stockton's already shown it, right? He went into Knoxville, stared down that raucous crowd, got it done. Like, we know Gunnar Stockton can get you a win in the fourth quarter. Everything's on the line. He's going to make the plays to get you the win. He did it against Texas in the SEC championship. Ty Simpson, here we go. 9 touchdowns, 1 interception. Guy's been, like, even in the Florida State game, he wasn't the reason they lost that game.
No, he had a decent game.
He had a decent game. So we're gonna find out about these two quarterbacks. And then, LSU Ole Miss.
It's a big game.
Garrett Nussmeier against Trinidad Chambliss. Who's your Trinidaddy? They got T-shirts already.
That's dope.
And remember, Austin Simmons was the starter going into the season.
Sorry, Austin.
Ain't sorry, sorry, man.
Yeah, there ain't no loyalty over here. Yeah. Our boy Joey McGuire's tried to build up the confidence to go tell Brandon Morton the same thing. Same thing. Will Hammond, like, hey, sorry, but just.
Hey, Austin, we saw that Kentucky game. We saw that game when you went 13-24 with 2 interceptions and no touchdowns, and Ole Miss barely got out of Lexington with a win.
It's tough.
And then old Trinidad Chambliss rolls up in here, and he's like, "Excuse me while I whip this out."
By the way, we haven't talked about this enough, but the whole Lane Kiffin's daughter dating Wick Weeks, she knows she wrong. She wrong for that, man.
Announcing that?
Yeah, she wrong. We love, a part of me, hair of the dog, we love over here on Chip and Zay. You know that. So there's a big part of me that supports this. But football-wise, you got to respect your father too, man. Come on.
Was she trying to, like, shake up the LSU?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the end game was. Like, they've been dating for longer than a week. Like, whose bright idea was it to say, you know what? Let's officially drop our relationship status to the world, because it's not like we're not known.
What did it say on that Instagram post? Did it say, "Hey, meet my new boyfriend"? Like, she announced it, right?
Yes, it was on her Instagram.
You think they're that estranged? That maybe, I don't know. I mean, Lane Kiffin is a wild card. But don't you think?
All right, so there's the picture. The caption just says happy.
Happy.
It's
Landry Kiffin.
And went Weeks. Like the best player. Like it'd be different if this was like 2 deep, homie. 3 deep linebacker. We're talking about the best player on LSU's defense, the leader, the one that got all the attention on a Saturday, whatever the SEC things, Netflix special. Yeah.
Any given Saturday.
The Wicks family was getting all the love.
Yeah.
This petty.
I need you to find out how they met. I need TMZ to do the deep dive into Landry Kiffin and Whit Weeks. But
I'm sure he slid in those DMs.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the end game is. If she's trying to shake up the LSU locker room, like get the other players talking, like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Or
now they're really close, because you remember that Lane Kiffin documentary that I told you about? I think it's out already. I think ESPN, I don't know where it is, SEC Network. I don't know if it's ESPN Plus, but I think ESPN was a part of it. There's a part that's going around social media, which is a really touching part, because when that Auburn job was open before Hugh Freeze took it, you remember Lane Kiffin, he was in the running for it. So they talked about that. And Lane said a big reason why he stayed was because his daughter, they made like a whole video montage of why he should stay and how much the family loves Oxford and how just close the family is with the community and just him being a Ole Miss rebel. And he said that was it. That's all he needed. He said he's not saying he would have left, but that's what sealed the deal for him to stay. So they're close. Like, I don't think it's, I don't know. This is just weird timing. And
yeah,
Lane's going to run with it. Like, Lane's been on social media commenting on the picture and stuff. Like, I think Lane likes the clicks too. So, yeah, he's all about this.
Lane's got a damn Instagram account for his dog.
Exactly.
Juice Kiffin.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So, yeah, we love love. Hope it works out.
A big day, man, because if Trinidad Chambliss comes out, who's your Trinidaddy? If Trinidad Chambliss comes out and outplays Garrett Nussmeier in that game, oh, man. People are going to be talking about Trinidad Chambliss. How about pulling in that guy as a backup? That was some good scouting. Because look, all these high dollar dudes in the portal, that dude wasn't a high dollar dude.
No.
You got Trinidad Chambliss like on a 40% off going out of business sale. And now look, that dude, he could be the next Sam Levitt.
No, I'm not going to lie, man. I don't want to see him at all. Matthew Cardwell's got something. I don't know. I'm not going to go as far as saying it's the it factor. But from the little that we've seen of Matthew Cardwell, again, you're playing Sam Houston, especially up by 40-something. Matthew Cardwell, I understand why Trey Owens and KJ Lacey are 3 and 4 in that quarterback room. Matthew Cardwell has something. It's just about, we talked to Drew yesterday, like if your guys could go out and scout these guys and like you say, Chip, that aren't top dollar and are willing to say, man, the intangibles this guy has in our system, yeah, we got to tweak a couple of things, but if they got the right mindset, let's talk to the people around them. Okay, they're talking highly of him. He's a leader. He's a good person. There's not a negative thing that we could check on the list. Bring that person in and see what's up. Like, they might not get a chance. They might, but in Trinidad Chambliss situation, D2 killer. Like, if you dominate D2, Derek White, Boston Celtic champion. Like, but before he was with the Spurs, before he was at Colorado, he was at D2 dominating. Went to Colorado for a year, draft pick. Now he's one of the most valuable players in the NBA. Like, you keep working on the game, somebody will find you and it can work out.
All right, let me ask you, Texas A&M is playing host to Auburn. Auburn is a mess. They put out another statement like on Tuesday.
They had to.
About the officiating and like.
You see that schedule? We can't have the refs cost us games with this schedule.
Right.
Like, Hugh Freeze's job is on the line. Hugh Freeze can't have losses because of the strikes. Like,
but he's got to get his team right because A&M has that win over Notre Dame. We don't know how good Notre Dame is. Notre Dame might not have it. They might not have it. In Texas A&M, we don't know yet how good they are. They beat UTSA. They beat Utah State. They beat Notre Dame by 1 point. There was a holding that didn't get called. Whatever. And now Auburn, who woulda, coulda, shoulda won last week at OU, if the refs don't let a unsportsmanlike conduct play turn into a touchdown, and the two other calls that were enormous.
Yeah, I go get screwed over 3 times.
Damn. And like on scoring plays.
That's a lot, man.
I mean, you got called for offensive pass interference, questionable. I mean, it was a mess. So who do you like in that game?
The Aggies. Yeah, Jackson Arnold, man. They sacked him 10 times. R. Mason Thomas, killer. Like, Trevor Gooseby and Brandon Baker are going to have their hands full with him in a couple of weeks because R. Mason Thomas is serious, and especially him having all that energy, not playing in the first half due to that Temple game and him getting hit for targeting. He had a lot more energy than a lot of guys on that field, and it showed. But even though he's a hard player to deal with, 10 sacks, that's brutal. But also, Chip, that man, Jackson Arnold, holds on to the ball way too long. And he doesn't – there's throws. Guys were open for Auburn. He just wasn't confident in making those throws. And maybe it was a psychological thing because he was on the ground so much. Like, after the 4th time, you know what I'm saying? You're not even in the second half yet. After the 4th time, like, you're seeing demons. You're watching your back. You jumping for no reason. You're a little more antsy than other guys would be if they had a clean pocket for majority of the game. So it fed into not being able to really look down the field like he should have. And that was a separation of the game. Like, Auburn, they just weren't making those plays. So I doubt that they figured that out, especially on the defense. That I don't think A&M's defense is as good as Oklahoma's, but
they're not.
They got the talent. They got the talent. So if Mike Elko, especially coming off of this bye week, if he could tap into that and those guys can start playing better football all around from the secondary to that front seven, then really look out for Texas A&M, because Concepcion and Craver, yo, boy, those dudes can ball. Like, Marcel Reed's gotten a lot better, but
that's the thing.
Marcel Reed will be this good without those wideouts.
A&M's offense is legit, and their defense, like Mike Elko, defensive-minded head coach. is giving up 139 yards rushing per game. That's 72nd in the country. They're giving up 28.7 points per game. That's 102nd. Meanwhile, the offense, the passing offense, is averaging 323 yards passing per game. That's 15th in the country. And they're averaging 42 points per game, which is 20th in the country. So, yeah, Marcel Reed and Colin Klein. That's why Colin Klein's getting, some love for possible head coaching jobs. But, yeah, A&M is weird. It's kind of hard to figure out because going into the year, the question was on the defensive line, and I think it's still a question. I don't know if Auburn can run it well enough to grind it out, and you're going to ask Jackson Arnold to run a bunch again after he just got smashed in a super physical game. I mean, you look at Jackson Arnold, he's got 55 carries. Their leading rusher, Cobb, has 52 carries. Like, he's having to do it all. Now he's, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's not turning the ball over. And he's got weapons. I mean,
no, Singleton and Coleman.
Those guys are
that's what I'm saying. If Jackson Arnold could keep his head up the field, just throw it. Like, just throw it up there and let Cam Coleman do the rest. Eric Singleton, let those guys do the rest. Against this shaky secondary for A&M, yeah, I like your chances there. But if he's not able to because there's just so much pressure surrounding them in the pocket, it's going to be the same story that you saw the week prior against Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying? You cannot hold on to the football as long as he did. Get it out your hands, Jackson. You might have a chance. Yeah, it's going to be a good game, though. Even though I got A&M, I think it's going to be a good game.
I think Auburn can cover.
Yeah, for sure.
Auburn can cover in that game. As I sift through my possible picks.
Uh-oh.
For today. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to keep it real with you.
Jack, I don't know why you said Kurt Rambis. I hope he's still alive. Like, I've been looking.
Is he making fun of my glasses?
Oh.
I think he might be making fun of my glasses.
That's probably what it is. I was like, oh, damn. Hope we didn't lose Kurt today. Kurt Rambis, man.
Man.
Underrated. Yeah. I kind of just showed you if you could run, anyone could play with Magic. They don't care how skilled you are. You just run down the court and catch the ball. If you could do that, you could play with Magic Johnson and have a pretty decent career.
All right, what about Arkansas against Notre Dame? Sam Pittman needs this. Sam Pittman needs this. Notre Dame. How good is Notre Dame?
Yeah, I still don't think we know, man. I mean, in those losses that they've had, it wasn't like they were getting blown out. Miami is really good right now. They lost to them by 3. A&M seems like they're really good right now. They lost to them by 1. And if that holding call was called, then they'd be 2-1 instead of 1-2. So what concerns you is, Marcus Freeman being a defensive guy, you would expect their defense not to allow a Purdue team that's been awful these last few years to put up 30 against you in South Bend. I know they put up 56, but you just don't see that very often, that amount of points put on that Notre Dame Marcus Freeman defense. I know Taylor Green's been playing solid this year, but I think Notre Dame understands that their backs are against the wall. I like CJ Carman. He's got that moxie about him that I'm sure Fighting Irish fans absolutely adore. So, yeah, I think they're going to win out. Like, I think they're going to end up 10-2, and the committee they're going to have to see what else college football is doing because, Notre Dame, they're going to be a tough out at 10-2 with just the aura that they've always had.
Yeah, we're going to have some serious craziness come selection committee time. But here's the thing, Sam Pittman, everyone's already like firing him. And that dude, I think his players like him. I think his players like them.
So. You can't lose to Memphis, man. I'm sorry.
No, I know. So everyone's ready. They're firing him. They're like, see ya. And they lost Ole Miss by 6 in a game that was, bonkers. And so here comes Notre Dame, 11 a.m. tomorrow. And Taylor Green's playing good. And defense is shaky. But you got, Taylor Green. You got this Mike Washington. That dude's averaging 7.2 a carry. I'm just saying, man, if Arkansas can hang on to the football and their defense can do anything, I'm kind of putting Notre Dame on upset alert in this game.
Interesting. I mean, it's hard. Like, you lost to Memphis, bruh. Like, and fumbling issues the last 2 weeks, like against Ole Miss, they had a crucial clutch fumble. Then against Memphis, crucial clutch fumble. And come on, if you're Jeremiah Love, you're licking your chops. Did you see how many yards they put on the ground, those Memphis Tigers, on your Arkansas Razorbacks? 290. Are you serious?
That's terrible.
290, bruh? Come
terrible.
on, man. Come on, Sam. Y'all got more pride than that. Brad Spence can't have been that good for y'all. Like, y'all need Brad Spence that bad? I get it. He's playing pretty well these first 4 weeks for the Horns, but damn, they lose Brad Spence and Lance Jackson's brother, and all hell goes to loose. So I can't be with them beating Notre Dame. I'm glad for you, though, that you have that as your upset pick. I'm glad you feel good about that.
No, I said I'm thinking about it.
Okay, you need to think long and hard on that one because I feel like I don't know. They always compare Taylor Green weirdly to Vince Young. I always heard that weird comparison. Like, oh, he's kind of like Vince Young. And I'm like, all right, guys, sure. Like, just because he's a brother that's 6'6" don't mean he's Vince Young. Like, I'm black as I don't know what, don't mean that I'm Tay Diggs. Like, come on, man. What are we doing? Yeah,
I don't even know how you explain that Memphis game.
You don't. Like, what do you say to your AD? Like, all that Walmart, Tyson chicken money, what do you say to those guys? Like, no more chicken for you, Sam. Sorry. Like, no more Walmart TVs for you, bruh. Yeah, it's time for them to move on. Like, the fact that Sam's even made it this long, kudos to him. I don't know what his buyout is. His buyout must be crazy.
Well, here's the thing about Memphis. They got that running quarterback, Brendan Lewis. I mean, that dude's pretty shifty. If you look, shifty running quarterbacks can give anyone a tough time. And he ran for 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. I don't know, man.
You act like this brother's Lamar Jackson.
Well, if you're licking your wounds, thinking that was a perfect trap game coming off Ole Miss, emotional loss. Then you have to go to Memphis. Memphis, it's their Super Bowl. They're just like, close in location.
Yo, low key, Memphis might be cold.
I know they're 4-0.
They're 4-0. Because if Memphis beats South Florida October 25th, that might be the G5 game of the year.
Right. They could be the G5 team.
It could be the G5 team.
They beat Troy, Yeah, South Florida and Tulane. They got South Florida and Tulane. So Memphis got a couple chances to shake things up. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's bring in the general. He is a Pro Football Hall of Fame voter. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his coverage of the NFL. He's in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame for his incredible journalistic skills. And he's also a Hollywood actor with his Screen Actors Guild card. The voice of reason in Houston, the one and only John McClain. John, how you doing?
Chip, I wish I could get you to do all my intros. I've done this week, I think, you guys are the last, about 16 shows, bunch in Nashville, because the game with the winless Titans versus the winless Texans is at NRG Stadium on Sunday. And it's amazing. The Texans offense is the worst in the NFL. The Astros broke a 5-game losing streak, including losing 2 and scoring 1 run at the A's before they broke out of it last night. Framber Valdez, who'd been a disaster for 2 months, cut his hair, pitched great in what will be his last start before he signs with another team. And then the Rockets lose their point guard, Fred VanVleet, for the season with a torn ACL. And my Baylor Bears can't win a big game in Waco. Now they got to win one in Oklahoma State. They played TCU the week after Gary Patterson got fired. Baylor was favored. TCU beat them like a drum. Now they're going to Stillwater, 20.5-point favorite. And you guys know what it's like for teams to get emotional lifts. And so I'm not saying Baylor's going to lose, but if I had to bet that spread, I would take Oklahoma State.
Wow. Well, John, your Astros and my Tigers are battling it out for the wild card. The Tigers are in the midst of the worst collapse in baseball history.
Astros got a pretty good one, too. On September 2nd, they were up on the Mariners by 5 games. And looking back at what's happened to the Astros, I've never seen a team have as many injuries, and I'm seeing all kind of statistics about how much they've lost in WAR, more than any team in the league, more people on the IL. And people go, oh, if they just had Yordan Alvarez all year. You know what? They built up that 5-game lead without Alvarez. The guy, when we look back, that was missed the most was their closer, Josh Hader. He, at the point that he went out, was the best in the league. Brian Abreu was the best setup man. They had the 2 best back-to bullpenners in baseball, and Abreu had to be the closer, and he has shown he's not a closer. And he's okay, but he's a better setup man. So they missed Josh Hader. What was it, 15.5 games the Tigers were up on the Guardians at one point?
15.5.
Wow. Well, I like A.J. Inch a lot because of what he did in Houston. And the Astros last year got swept by the Tigers here at Dyken Park. And Inch, and one of the most memorable things about those 2 games that I saw when the Tigers changing of the guard, we thought, was after the game, Tigers are celebrating on the field, team pictures and everything. Place is cleared out. And while they're over just inside the third base line, facing the third base dugout, and Jim Crane, the Astros owner, was leaning against the rail over at the first base dugout, the Astros dugout, waiting for the celebration to end. And when it ended, Crane walked over to the Tigers, shook hands with A.J. Inch, who he fired, along with GM Jeff Luhnow in the aftermath of the cheating scandal in 2017. And I thought it was a very class act. And at that point, I thought, well, maybe the Tigers are up and coming, but the Astros still should be good again. They were for a long time, but boy, they've had some players that were not hurt be terrible when they needed them the most.
Yeah, the Tigers don't even really have injury excuses. They got between the ears excuses.
Those excuses. When you blow a 15.5 game lead to Cleveland, which had, think about this. The Guardians got rid of players at the trade deadline, and then they got a couple their closers out with till they finish a gambling probe, and they still have put on this miraculous comeback. And if the Tigers aren't going to win it, then I hope I'm happy for the Guardians to do it. I like them. Of course, I'd like for the Astros to win the tiebreaker, but they don't have the home advantage over the Tigers. Have the tiebreaker and a 1-game lead. And unless the Tigers just choke and the Astros sweep the Angels, and I certainly would not bet on that, Tigers are going to limp. No, they're going to crawl into the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, John, let me ask you about the Rockets since you mentioned Van Vliet, him being out for the rest of the year. I'm sure Kevin Durant, that definitely hurts the Rockets' chances this season, especially with the way Van Vliet played in the playoffs last year. But now, where do they go from there? I've been hearing them thinking about playing Thompson at the point. Reed Shepard's obviously going to have to step up. What are you going to think about the Rockets heading into this season now?
I think Reed Shepard was second or third overall pick?
Yeah.
And there was a reason. But then they signed Van Vliet, and he played so well, Shepard's had to come off the bench the last 2 years. This is a chance for Shepard, who's a terrific long-range shooter. He's not going to distribute the ball, I don't think, as Van Vliet did, and I don't think he's going to be as clutch as Van Vliet did because Van Vliet's done that for a long time. But it's a chance for him to step up, and then Thompson is gifted big time. Rockets still got all kinds of talent, and so everybody's down about it, of course. You're in a pickup game. It's amazing more basketball players don't blow out ACLs considering how much they play basketball. They play it all through the offseason, pickup games as well as they do during the season and the playoffs. It's amazing you don't see more. But they got a lot of talent. They're still going to be good. The addition of Kevin Durant and where he'll really help them. They lost some games last year in the last 5 minutes because they didn't have a scorer who could step up. And Kevin Durant can certainly do that.
Sorry about that. Got some technical issues going over here. All right, so John, what do you, when you look at the Texans and the Titans, who do you give the edge to?
Boy, you just ruined a good show. Somebody asked me on Nashville earlier in the week which head coach needed this victory the most. And I said, well, Brian Callahan, because there's a good chance he's going to be fired if he loses and starts 0-4 and loses to the team that the Adams family hates the most. If D'Amico Ryans loses, he's not going to get fired. He's going to get embarrassed. He's going to get blasted. D'Amico's getting heat for the first time in his 3 years. C.J. Stroud's getting a lot of heat for the first time in his 3 years. And the Nick Caley, the new play caller and offensive coordinator, is getting shredded by everybody because their offense is worse than it was last year. Now, a lot of people don't want to admit this. Their offensive line at times is playing better than it was last year, and guys are having problems picking up blitzes in the backfield. Tight ends can't block. They've had bad protection calls. And here's an example. And we don't know if this is Stroud because they've given protection calls to Stroud instead of the center. I don't like that, but most veteran quarterbacks do it, but I don't like it. So they're playing a game at Jacksonville. They've committed 2 turnovers in the fourth quarter. Nico Collins fumbled 1 time in his first 4 years, gets a play, starts to run, loses second fumble in 4 years. So then they come back down. The rookie left tackle, Ariante Ursary, has been abused by Josh Hines-Allen, the Jaguars' best pass rusher and one of the best in the league. So it's 3rd and 1, 27 seconds left on the Jags 24. You're trying to score a touchdown to tie it, and they don't give Ursary any help. And Hines-Allen comes off the edge, gets up there, and right as Stroud's about to throw, he tips the ball. Stroud throws deep down the middle. I question that call too. 3rd and 1, and it's intercepted at the 4. So they have, as bad as they've been on offense, and I think their defense, they've given up 51 points, which may be tied for the third or fourth fewest, even though the defense has given up touchdown drives to Jacksonville and Tampa Bay. They couldn't stop them. So they've lost by 5 at the Rams. They've lost by 1 to the Buccaneers, and they've lost by 7 to the Jaguars. And right now, all 3 of those teams have winning records. And here come the Titans, who are awful, with a head coach who doesn't know the rules, didn't know what, has terrible clock management and game management. What happened at the end of the first half in their loss Sunday to the Colts, I think it was delay, timeout, delay a game or two, and then they miss a long field goal. And then Colts go down and kick a field goal before the half. And Callahan just looked lost. So he said he gave up play calling. No, they took it away from him. Give me a break. So maybe that will help them and Cam Ward. Cam Ward's going to have a lot of family, friends, fans coming up from Columbia. He went to, I can't remember if the town is West Columbia and it's Columbia High School or vice versa, but they're coming. And he's been sacked 15 times, more than any quarterback in the league, has to run around a lot. Tony Pollard, the running back, is their best weapon. The receivers can't catch the ball. Calvin Ridley's been terrible. So they're coming in here with Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter, the defensive ends, are off to great starts. And I think they'll probably make his life miserable. And the Texans will win a low-scoring, I call it low-scoring and boring game.
Yeah. All right, Sal, there's your answer. Sal says, I'm still alive in Survivor. I picked the Texans this week. Am I safe? So John says you're safe.
Yeah. Hey, John, Diana Rossini, NFL insider for The Athletic, she was on Dan Le Batard's show earlier today, and she was talking about the Texans, and she said there are some things going on behind the scenes that I think we are going to find out about soon. Could you comment on what she might possibly be talking about?
Yeah, let me back up for a second. I think if the Texans lose this game to the Titans here, then the McNairs need to fire themselves. Everybody needs to be fired. They're favored by about 6 points, and they've looked terrible on offense, and they're very defensive about it. And you can't fire a play caller after 3 games. And he's got a system that Todd Bowles said that's New England's offense. Well, I was told by some former coaches that watched the Texans, they have the Rams running game where Nick Caley worked the last 2 years, and the Patriots passing game. And I think that probably would be complicated. Plus, Stroud has all that pressure on him, and then he's making the calls at the line of scrimmage. He's got more on his plate than he's ever made, and it's obvious he's not confident. And he's making some bad throws. He's made some good ones, but he's just not the quarterback who played free and fast and loose as a rookie. He just flung it. And missing Joe Mixon, their best running back and their offensive leader, emotional leader, that doesn't help. Okay, Zay, I'm sorry. What was your question?
No, that's fine. Diana Rossini from The Athletic, covers the NFL, senior NFL insider. She said this about C.J. Stroud and the Texans on Dan Le Batard's show earlier today. There are some things going on behind the scenes that I think we are going to find out about soon. Could you comment on that? Or
Mike Florio said that earlier in the week on a show here. And if there's things going on behind the scenes involving anything, I don't know about them. Maybe it has to do with Joe Mixon. I don't know. He's in the witness protection program. As I tell everybody, we don't know if he's coming back after 4 games, which he can do, or if it's 8 games or he's done for the season. Then I know this. A lot of people want Nick Caley, have play call and take away from him, give it to quarterback coach Gerard Johnson. But this stuff Florio and Diana Rossini are talking about, they should tell what it is and say things going on behind the scenes. What's going to happen? Nick Caserio, he has 4 years left on his contract. People think, okay, he signed a 6-year deal in when he came in 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Oh, he's only got 1 year left. Well, I wrote that in training camp, and they let me know, no, he's got 4 years left. And I know most people don't know that. But he has 4 years, and they love Caserio. Just because he can't draft offensive linemen doesn't mean he's getting fired. So I can't wait to see what it is they're talking about.
John, the Indianapolis Colts are leading the division. Now they go out to face the Rams at SoFi. Are they going to keep this roll going?
I can't imagine anybody would pick them to beat the Rams at home. Rams are really good. And Matthew Stafford played through that back injury and has played really well. And they beat Miami winless. They beat the Titans winless. They beat the Broncos 1-2, and they shouldn't have beaten the Broncos in Indy because they missed a field goal when the game at the end, but a Bronco was called for leverage, got to kick it again and won. And Denver's not as good as it's supposed to be or as good as it was last year. I don't know what's happened. The Broncos defense was the best in the NFL last year and had the most sacks by far. And if they go out to SoFi and they win that game, they're going to be for real. And we're going to have to start talking about Daniel Jones, comeback player of the year, maybe even MVP. But I sit there and I wonder if C.J. Stroud had Jonathan Taylor in his backfield, how much of a difference that would make for him. And plus they got a good offensive line. They got a great play caller. So I don't know how they could blow this division with a 3-game lead. I think, the Texans have to play them twice, including the last game. But right now I've not seen anything from the Texans offense that makes me think they can beat a good team. And after this game, they're going to Baltimore, where they've never beaten Lamar Jackson, and they usually get dominated in embarrassing fashion. And then they go to Seattle for a primetime game. And the Seahawks are playing really well. So I think the Texans are going to start 1-5. Then they get 3 in a row at home that are all winnable. But unless this offense makes dramatic improvement, they're looking at a high draft choice.
Yeah, John, talk about the Seahawks a little bit. They won last night, Thursday Night Football, against their division rival, the Cardinals. And, Mike McDaniel, that defense, they're very stingy. And they got a lot of young talent there. Just talk about what you saw with them last night. And on the other side, Arizona, good comeback in the fourth quarter. But I was telling Chip earlier, there's just something about Kyler that's just easy to dislike. And just the way he carries himself. He's not like Marvin Harrison Jr. is going through something. Doesn't seem like Kyler's helping with that. What's going on in Seattle and Arizona, in your opinion?
Well, it didn't help Arizona when they lost their leading rusher, James Conner, last week for the year. And I listened to a national guy, Respect, last week on the air talking about he picked the Cardinals to win that division. And I'm like, why? Why would anybody pick them? They haven't done squat. Murray hadn't done squat. Unless you're just trying to be different. Now, Seattle lost the first game at home to the 49ers, and 49ers are playing better than anybody expected, but they're playing the easiest schedule in the league on paper. And Seattle won 10 games last year, did not make the playoffs. So that was a really good debut for Mike McDonald. It was a great defensive coordinator at Baltimore. And Sam Darnold's playing great. They hired Clint Kubiak from the Saints and Gary's oldest son. And Clint went up there working with Donald. And Donald's playing very well. They run the ball well. If you look at their stats last night, they didn't blow you away. They got a good defense, and they've got a good pass rush. So they're very balanced. And since I picked Detroit and Buffalo in the Super Bowl, I'm really glad, Chip, to see the Lions look as good as they have the last 2 games. And that game going to Baltimore, the Ravens are still going to win the AFC North. They're going to win it to get a playoff game at home. They'll win that one. I don't think anybody wants to play Baltimore, and I got to believe that John Harbaugh is going to get that defense fixed because it's very un-Raven-like that we're seeing right now, giving up that many points to Detroit and that many points to Buffalo, but Detroit and Buffalo are my Super Bowl picks. So I'm happy for Dan Campbell because a lot of people thought he had blown his coordinators when he hired them, and they went up in that first game, got killed by the Packers. But right now, the Lions are back.
Yes. All right, so Ravens at the Chiefs, John. This is someone's going to get off the deck here.
I don't know. Looking at the Chiefs, they can't run the ball really well. Now, Worthy's supposed to play. He's been hurt. Rashee Rice, that guy's been suspended. Travis Kelce probably should have retired. They just don't have the weapons that they've had. It's Mahomes has to make miracles. Now, Baltimore can score. They can move the ball. They just have trouble stopping people. I never pick against the Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium, and I'm not going to, but I think Baltimore can win that game because they've got enough offense to do it, and I just don't think the Chiefs and Andy Reid have enough weapons anymore.
John, it was embarrassing last week for the Falcons. I mean, to get completely shut out 30-0 against Carolina. I don't know what's going on in Atlanta. And I like Atlanta, especially because Bijan Robinson, but they obviously have a problem. Could you tell Chip and I and the rest of the folks listening here what that could be maybe?
Michael Penix has been terrible. You look at all those rookie quarterbacks last season. J.J. McCarthy had one good quarter before he went down with an injury. Michael Penix has been not good. Bo Nix hasn't been good. Jaden Daniels wasn't good before he got hurt. Now he's about to miss his second game. So what's happening to them is what happened to C.J. Stroud last year. And we've talked about this before, that defensive coaches, when they have an entire off season, to look at your game tape over and over and over, especially when you're on the schedule and they know the schedule, they know who they're going to play. So they watch it and then they come up with ways to attack you differently. And your play caller has got to know this and has got to be able to adjust to the adjustments. And he's got to teach the quarterback to do it. And that's one of the things that hurt Stroud last year. And you've got a terrible offensive line. That makes it even more difficult. And they still won 10 games in a playoff game over the Chargers. But I think the quarterback who's most likely to bounce back best right now would be Bo Nix or Jaden Daniels because they got proven play callers, Sean Payton and Cliff Kingsbury. And but I can't wait to see who comes out better over the rest of the season. If Carson Wentz has another good game, they may tell J.J. McCarthy, well, now you just stay out. You're not 100%. We want you to be 110%. Then next week, 120%, 130%. If Carson Wentz continues to do well. I think Kevin O'Connell is a premier coach. And he didn't call the plays. He gets the job at Minnesota. He's a great play caller. They've got a great staff. Brian Flores is doing a great job. I can't remember. Might have been you guys asked me last week. Somebody did about will Brian Flores get another job? And I always say this. If you were suing your company, would they hire you?
John, we have the Micah Parsons Bowl. The Packers.
I didn't know that. I haven't seen any ads for that. No commercials in the last 3 minutes.
What your thoughts on that one? The Packers get right, don't they?
The fact that the Packers are coming off a loss and the Cowboys defense is so pathetic. It'd be better if they were both unbeaten. Now, NBC has promoted that game like none I've ever seen in regular season. Of course, it's going to be a big deal for Parsons. They better make sure they have 2 blockers on him every time. Make sure you go away from him. Now, when you run the ball, run it right at him. I remember when they made the trade, one of the Green Bay writers was doing a show, and he said when the Packers played at AT&T Stadium in the playoffs 2 years ago, their whole game plan for running was run at Micah, and they ran really well. So they need to run at him, but, boy, you got to make sure you got 2. Let some other pass rusher beat you, not Micah Parsons. And I can't wait if the Packers win to see those great AI things that they do about people talking, and especially Jerry Jones. Those are some of the funniest things I've ever seen. Can't wait till somebody does an AI on Jerry talking about Micah and losing that game.
Maybe the game of the week, John. Philadelphia at Tampa Bay. Both teams 3-0. Philly, they somehow just got through a tough one against the Rams last week. Jordan Davis with that block kick, taking it to the house. But same with Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers. What do you think is going to happen in this one?
Mayfield's led 3 scoring drives right at the end of the game. First time it's ever happened. I asked some people with the Bucs when they were in here, has he keep succeeding when they change his offensive coordinators every year because they keep getting head coaching jobs? He said, well, basically they come in here and learn Baker's offense. And he's almost coaching it. And he's playing great. And last week we went to Canton to the Hall of Fame to work on our documentary about high school football in Texas before integration. And I went and had breakfast with a friend of mine, Tony Grossi, who's covered the Browns for 40 years. And he said the big debate on Tuesday and on all the talk shows, would Baker have been this good had he stayed in Cleveland? Did he need to bounce around like a pinball?
Oh. We were doing so good.
I know. It's usually once a show, though.
Yeah, usually right about this time.
Yeah.
Let's see. It usually bounces right back. Let's see.
Philadelphia is doing what Kansas City did last year. You get 2 block kicks in the fourth quarter, that's almost a miracle. And so can they keep it up? Chiefs did it, won all these games right at the end. The thing that's different about the Eagles, defensive coordinators spent all that time looking at Saquon Barkley, and I think it's good that he's not getting overused while they're still able to win. Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl winner, has been to 2 Super Bowls, and he may be the most underrated player in the NFL. And I don't think Tampa can win another one at the end, but I think Tampa's going to win the game, even though Michael Evans, their best receiver, is out with a hamstring injury.
What impressed you most about the Lions' win over the Ravens?
That I'm guessing as a fan that it must make you cringe and scream at the TV when Dan Campbell goes for so many 4th downs that common sense says don't go for it. And then he goes for it, and Jared Goff has got to be the best 4th down quarterback in history, just a cool customer, and it works. And the way they ran, was it a 96-yard drive that took like 11 minutes, a lot of it on the ground. They just rammed it down the Ravens' throats. That's Ravens football with Derrick Henry. They can run it and win. They can pass it and win, and they can play defense and win. And that's why I hope they win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. How good is Los Angeles, John? The Chargers. You know, Justin Herbert, he's looking like an early candidate for MVP. Hardball's got everything clicking. It seemed like Quentin Johnston is looking like that big-time receiver everybody thought he was going to be coming out of TCU. Your thoughts on the Chargers?
Zay, Jim Harbaugh, we know, is a great coach. And he's going to win in the NFL, and he's not going to have to cheat, steal signs, do all that like he did at Michigan. Now, they overcame the loss of their best offensive tackle, Rashawn Slater. They've lost Najee Harris, who they got from Pittsburgh to be a 1,000-yard runner. But they step up. And Herbert is playing now the way they thought he would play when he's drafted. You know, he's lost playoff games to the Jaguars and last season to the Texans. That's embarrassing. You've lost playoff games to the worst division in the NFL. And while Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson need to win a Super Bowl, Justin Herbert needs to win a playoff game. If they do really well and they play a playoff game and they lose it, it's not all his fault, of course. He's not going to get the respect. But right now he's playing great. Harbaugh is coaching great. They play in a division that Kansas City's not really good like we all thought they would be. Denver defense is down. Bo Nix is struggling in his second year. So and then the Raiders are still the worst team in the division. So if you're going to win that division, this is the time to do it.
John, the Baylor Bears are favored by 20.5 at Oklahoma State. Mike Gundy fired.
Boy, I wish Gundy had been fired next week. When Gary Patterson got fired, it was before Baylor game. Baylor was favored. TCU beat them. Now, this spread is 20.5 points. And I don't gamble, but teams, and you guys see this, you get an emotional surge when you've got an interim coach and the head coach is gone. And it's nothing against the head coach. It's just everything was so bad, so down. To lose at home to Tulsa for the first time since 51, to get totally annihilated by Oregon when you took all your wealthy boosters out there. And Gundy didn't handle NIL well. He didn't handle the portal well, but he did a great job at Oklahoma State. And I'm interested to see now how many coaches are going to want that job under the circumstances, because if you're going to be Oklahoma State, you're going to pay a lot of money like Texas Tech to get the top players. You know, Tech, one player decommitted from Tech. I can't remember who it was. And he said, even though Tech's offered more money, and I'm like, yeah, how smart is that? And so I hope they don't get the emotional surge and beat them. But if I were betting, I'd take the Pokies on that 20.5.
Yeah.
Say you got one more?
Yeah, John, besides your Bears, anything else you're noticing around college football that stood out to you?
Best weekend yet. College football is incredible. We've got so many great games going this weekend. I've looked and I'm thinking, okay, even tonight, TCU's at Arizona State, University of Houston. By the way, I want to commend the University of Houston and the Rice Owls. We do have winners in Houston. The Cougars are 3-0, and the War Owls are 3-1. And so I talk about them a lot, commending them to give us a winner. And I think those are great games. Can't wait to see the Aggies and Auburn. There's just so many good games. You know, they're calling DJ Lagway, DJ Gagway. And so I wish when the coach gets fired, DJ Gagway would come back to Waco where his daddy was a 1,000-yard rusher. And since he's already been paid so many millions, he doesn't need more millions. And he's playing really bad. Last year he showed so much promise. So I think Sawyer Robertson, he'll be gone for Baylor. They'll need a new quarterback. And hopefully old DJ, if he bails, he'll give the Bears a look.
I love it. John, you're the best. We love it. We appreciate it. We look forward to it every week.
Guys, thank you very much, as always.
Appreciate you.
There he is, the General, John McClain, the voice of reason in H-Town Sports. Oh, whoops, sorry. We covered a lot of ground there.
Seriously. Yo, I appreciate John for hating so much on DJ Lagway to think that he will leave Florida.
Right.
How bad he is to go to Baylor.
Right. Why would you want to be at a school where they call you DJ Gagway?
Yeah, exactly. I told you. I said that this week. I was like, yo, DJ Lagway, things ain't going right there. Come back to the Lone Star State. I'm sure there'll be multiple teams that would love you. As you see, John would love to have you down there in Waco. So,
yeah. Right now, Baylor's got Sawyer Robertson,
who's slinging it.
Some people are saying he's the best quarterback in the state of Texas right now. Him and Josh Hoover.
Will Hammond.
Watch out for Will Hammond, baby.
Out for Will Hammond. Marcel Reed.
Hutto Hippos Hammond, baby.
Yo, come on, Arch, man. We better than these guys, man.
Yeah, Arch is he's just pacing himself. Just pacing himself.
Yeah, let's wait.
He's like, hey, man, we're running a marathon here. We're not running the 400. Let's, I'm in mile 8 right now.
Yeah, man.
Working my way up.
Eddie wins the race.
Right?
Meanwhile, I keep seeing that Asian doctor that worked on John Mateer's hand everywhere on social media. OU fans, they love that guy. I don't know his name, but I keep seeing him around because he's the savior for Oklahoma football this year. The surgeon that is getting John Mateer back right and hopefully available for the Red River Shootout. I hope it works. I want John Mateer to play in that game. let's not get it twisted, OU fans. There might be some Texas fans that could care less, that are just haters, which I love those Texas fans too, but I'm not one of those. I want to see Oklahoma at full throttle, full strength, full power, because it'll make it that much sweeter when Texas gets the dub. You know, they're already going to be coming in 4-0. Like, they feeling good about themselves, as they should. But, yeah, Michael Hawkins Jr., I hope he does well, but I'm not trying to see him. I want to see John Mateer. We've been waiting all off season for that.
Right.
So, Surgeon, do your thing.
We want to see teams at full strength. Going at it.
They ain't running from the smoke out here.
All right, what's your favorite game for tomorrow?
The one we got Skrill on. Penn State.
Yeah, man. That's what I was hoping you'd say.
Are you kidding me?
Oregon at Penn State.
Yeah. I will need a big running game from Penn State, man. I'm going to need my man Drew Aller, game manager. That's it. That's okay. People think of game manager and they think that's a slander. Like, they think that's a knock on somebody. And for some quarterbacks, it might be. But if you're a real winner, Jalen Hurts loves being called system quarterback, game manager. Jalen Hurts will take that. And his Super Bowl ring, he'll flash it in your face to let you know he'll take that. So, Drew Aller, I need you to embrace that, baby. I need that, because that running game, Allen, Singleton, if they could go crazy and not allow Dante Moore and that offense for Oregon to go crazy, plus wideout, come on, man. Night game, Big Ten. See, it's an NBC game, so I think that's why they got the night call. Fox, they got nothing to do with it. So I don't know how that works. I guess Big Ten, they got their deal with NBC too, but NBC said, nah, we're going to go toe-to-toe with Alabama, Georgia. We're going to see who gets the most views that night, which I feel like it's still going to be Alabama, Georgia, just because SEC football, but still, Penn State, Oregon, that's a big-time game, man.
Hey, Katron Allen is averaging 7.2 yards per carry. No, 8 yards per carry.
Give that brother the ball.
And Oregon's run defense, they're giving up 108 yards per game on the ground, 3.3 yards per carry. Very similar to Penn State's run defense. It's going to be a good game, man. It's going to be a good game. All right, let's get a couple mentions, and then we'll get into the picks and the chip shot and the right call and all of that. And so, guys, if you're snoring, take advantage of this great partnership we have right now between the Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center right here in Austin. Our man, Dr. Chad Denman, has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea, which killed his own father at the age of 60. If you're snoring loudly, if you're waking yourself up and you know you're waking yourself up, you definitely need to take advantage of this great partnership that we have right now, because you go to sleepcyclecenters.com, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. You're going to get the best evaluation of what level of sleep apnea you have and the best treatment options, from oral appliances like I have, mouth guard that I wear that holds my lower jaw open when I sleep so I get that oxygen, to surgery. But get yourself checked out, guys. And you got this great opportunity right now where you just go to sleepcyclecenters.com, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. Do it for yourself. Do it for the person sleeping next to you. And hey, Cover 3 is ready and waiting for you this weekend. You got football tonight, all day, Saturday and Sunday, the Ryder Cup, you name it. Get over to Cover 3, Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, the great food. I mean, great food. Chop House Burger, the Parmesan fries, My gosh, the brick chicken and mac and cheese, which is one of my favorites. You'll love it. Great food, great service, great vibe, and a great place to watch your favorite team, your favorite sporting events. Right there, Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and of course our man Tom McKay, audiovisual consultations in Austin, Texas. When you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, there is only one number to call, and that is 255-8678. avconsultations.com. Tom and his crew will bring everything to you, including the best price on big screens, so there's no need to go shopping around. You just make that phone call, and everything gets done. Bing, bang, boom. 255-8678. All right, Zay. For the chip shot today, we'll just kind of ease into, where we're going with the picks, but they're calling this weekend the best weekend of the college football season thus far. The reason they're doing that is because you got Penn State and Oregon, two favorites in the Big Ten going at it. You got Georgia and Alabama. Everyone is checking out, waiting to see what Kalen DeBoer, can he continue the magic that Nick Saban had over Kirby Smart. And Georgia fans are saying we had a Nick Saban problem, not an Alabama problem. Well, that's kind of insulting because Kalen DeBoer's team won last year in a wild shootout in Tuscaloosa, including a 75-yard touchdown pass in the final minute to Ryan Williams to win the game. And Bama has had for sale signs in Kalen DeBoer's yard a couple times, including after that Florida State demolition in Tallahassee. So I can't wait for this one. I think Gunnar Stockton is a problem. I just think that dude he's just and you're on mute.
Grown ass man.
Yeah, he's just a winner. So I have to go with Georgia in that one. I don't know if they cover. I don't know what the line is.
All right, let's wait, man. Let me go through the right call. We come back to all that.
Okay.
We skipping steps here. I like your eagerness, excitement. I appreciate that. I got to throw you some things in the right call before we get to
I love that.
All right. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. I wanted to drive up here in our beautiful Buick Encore GX, but wifey was like, nah, we got points on Southwest and stuff. So it took a lot for her to take the keys out of my hand because y'all know I like a good road trip, especially in a Covert BK vehicle. And you can be like me, too. Like holidays, they're coming up. Thanksgiving, Christmas, right around the corner. You're going to be doing a lot of driving, and you don't want to be driving around in that bucket where the hood's always smoking. You always have to pull over. You're always worried about it breaking down. Don't do that. Go to Covert Bee Cave and let them hook you up with a pre-owned or new vehicle in the price range that makes sense for you and your family. So if you want to check that out, go to covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory they got. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Shout out to my man Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, and the rest of the team at Covert Bee Cave. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep. So a couple of things before we get to our picks. They're doing my man Kyle Lowry wrong. Kyle Lowry is in year 20 of his NBA career, which is incredible for his size. I think Kyle Lowry is barely 6 foot, former Villanova great, but Kyle Lowry, it might be time to wrap it up, bro, and turn in the kicks because he's looking a little doughy, to say the least. You're on mute, by the way. Yeah, Kyle Lowry, like, bro, there ain't no more definition in the R's. We see a little bit, but you see the gut?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is just a bad angle, but he's
like
looking
that
like
hourglass figure.
yeah, he's looking like your boy after I just threw down on that Skyline chili. Like, this is not what I want to see. Like, again, you're on year 20, so I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. There's a lot of miles on them tires, baby. So I understand that, but Philadelphia, ain't no way Kyle Lowry's playing this year. He's on straight Udonis Haslam, Chief, my man Chief, when he after the Celtics days, where he was on Robert Parrish, when he was on the Bulls, just the vet, John Sally. Remember when John Sally was on the Lakers? Like, sometimes you just got to be that vet and be that OG for the young guys, and you're just still money. And I think Kyle Lowry's at that point of his career. CB says too many cheesesteaks. I can't blame him for that. Them cheesesteaks off the chain there in Philly. So, yeah, Kyle Lowry, good luck. But as of now, look at a little doughy, partner. All right, on another note, I don't know if you saw the University of Texas being super petty, like super petty. So today – they put out their number one brand value in college sports based on combined sport account, social values for the 2024-2025 academic year. And they're number one. And they got number two up there, Ohio State. Shout out to Ohio State. We in Ohio doing it big. Number 3, LSU. Number 4, Alabama. And then faded off in the background. They didn't put it on there, but OU is coming in at number 6. And it's faded in the back. Kind of like, okay, like, we're going to give y'all's recognition, but y'all ain't us. Y'all ain't touching us. Don't ever compare yourselves to us. The only reason why y'all are in the SEC in the first place is because we in there. And y'all kind of mean something to us rivalry-wise. So, yeah, man, whoever was a part of this, well done. This is right up my alley. This is petty as hell because they didn't even have to put OU up there. Like, you could have just put the top 5 and left it cool at Bama, but to have them fading off the way that they did, that's Rick James cold-blooded, man. I appreciate that as a Texas fan, and whoever's running that social media account, they need a raise. Keep doing what you're doing.
Look at you with them hawk eyes.
Oh, man. Oh.
Looking for that pettiness.
Hey, somebody else noticed it before I did. So I just appreciated that. Who was that? My man, Brandon Marcello, Horns fan on Twitter. He's the one that noticed it before I did. But, yeah, I appreciate good petty. You know me. I appreciate good petty.
Oh, yeah.
All right, man. Let's get to these picks. Let's go.
All right. Hey, CB. Good to see you.
Better late than never, CB. Appreciate it.
That's right. We appreciate all comers at all times. All right. Zay had a good week last week. I did not. Zay was 1-2. Oh, no, we both had bad weeks. Sorry.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you were terrible. You were 1-2 in college and 1-2 in the NFL.
Oh, I was robbed. That damn.
Yeah, you got robbed in the Rams-Eagles.
God.
And I was just straight terrible. No, actually, I was 0-3 in college and 2-1 in the NFL. So,
look at you.
There you go. Okay, so don't bet on these picks, whatever you do, unless Zay's telling you otherwise. But
no, don't put that on me. Don't put these fools losing their houses and not being able to come.
I mean, if you feel really good about your picks and you want to say, yo, lead pipe lock, some nonsense. But hey, I'll start us off. Listen, I'm all in on Fernando Mendoza. Okay? So Indiana beat the brakes off of Illinois last week. They're playing Iowa. Damn, this line is still going up. What the hell?
Yeah,
man. Now I'm not so. It was. Oh hell. I'll take Indiana minus 7.5, for God's sake. That's a lot. At Iowa.
I mean, Fernando Mendoza, if he's the Heisman like everybody says he is, Iowa can't put up points to save their lives. So why not? You know, how much partying did Kurt Signetti let those guys do?
All right. So I'm riding with Indiana and Fernando Mendoza.
Okay.
What you got?
I'm going to go LSU, baby, plus 1.5. I like it. Whit Week's going to be all over the field and all over Lane Kiffin's daughter after the game. Yeah, you heard me, baby. That's how it's going to go down. Whit Weeks is going to be stuffing the Kiffins in more ways than one. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Whit Weeks, yo, he's up there. He's one of my favorite players. He's up there with Noah Kanega, Luke Nigaman, Whit Weeks. All three of those guys, man. Non-Texas players that your boy Zay riding for. All those guys. Whit Weeks, you're a legend, bro. You're going to take that momentum. Garrett Nussmeier's going to have a game. Trinidad Chambliss can't be that good, man. He can't. You're the backup for a reason, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're the backup for a reason. Like, this is a big game. This is big atmosphere. You know? Like, yeah. Brian Kelly, he going to have his guys ready. Plus 1.5. LSU.
All right. You got one more, or are we going back and forth this time?
Let's go back and forth this time.
All right.
We'll change it up.
Well, obviously, I'm taking Oregon plus 3.5 at Penn State. I'm rolling with the Ducks. I'm betting against Drew Aller. I'm hating on Drew Aller. He can shut me up with a big performance. Penn State's defense is legit. That defense is going to keep this thing close. I could see Penn State winning by 3, and I still win this bet.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take the Oregon Ducks plus 3.5, say.
Yeah. I got to go with Penn State because that's what we've been doing all week, even though I've been feeling less confident as the week goes on. Drew Aller is so bad right now. He's so bad. Like, that run game's going to have to do everything. Like, I need Drew Aller. Just 20 attempts is cool. Like, anything beyond 20, I'm a little nervous with that. Like, they need to be able to control the game, control the clock. Dante Moore doesn't need that many reps. You know, like, just old school, wear you down because of the crowd, rabid animals, the Nittany Lions, man, State College, wide out. It's a special place at night. It's a special place. Like, this is one of those, if somebody that's not from America was asking, hey, what's the full experience of college football? You tell them to tune in to NBC tomorrow night because you'll get the real experience with State College and just the atmosphere that it's going to bring. I am banking on that. I'm banking on that to give Drew Aller life. I'm banking on that to kind of nip the narrative that James Franklin can't win these types of games. And if you're Penn State, you want some get back too, because Big Ten championship last year where Penn State ran the ball really well and still freaking lost to Dylan Gabriel and those Ducks. You want that get back. You want that revenge. So we're banking on all those things to pull off the victory and cover minus 3.5. Come on, Drew Aller. This is the game, baby. This is the game that changed everything for you, bro.
Okay, so I'm torn. I'm going to admit that I'm torn on this last pick of mine. I'm torn between picking Auburn plus 7.5 on the road against Texas A&M, and picking Washington, who's won a ton of games in a row at home, getting 9.5 against Ohio State. You know what? I'm going to go with the home team this time. Give me the Washington Huskies.
Huskies.
Plus 9.5 at home against Ohio State. I'll probably regret this horribly. But, hey, Washington, their quarterback.
He's nice. He can run.
He's been smooth. Damon Williams, he's completed 73% of his passes, 6 touchdowns, no picks.
Yeah. You know who's going to stop all that? The next Ed Reed, as our man Drew said yesterday, Caleb Downs. Could you believe that? Ed Reed? That's who we're comparing this guy to? Like, you know me, I love me some good NFL comps, NBA comps, whatever, professional comps. Ed Reed's one of my favorite players ever. That dude was a nut.
Well,
he was a maniac.
Here's the thing. Ohio State's defensive front is okay. It's not great. Remember, Texas ran the ball on Ohio State. Now here comes Washington. They got Damon Williams can run. He's averaging 6.5 a carry. And Jonah Coleman, this brother looks like he's 40. Senior out of Stockton, California, so you know he's tough. This dude, he's averaging 6.8 yards per carry and 9 touchdowns. So let's go, Huskies, to cover. I bet CB has something to say about all that. Yeah, they got Sailgate on.
This is Jonah Coleman.
That dude looks like he's 40.
Yeah, he don't look like a running back either. He looks bigger than that. Like, he looks linebacker, defensive line-y. So, no, that's good. That's good.
All right. So those okay. So you got one more college pick.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in the Alabama-Georgia game.
Woo!
I'm gonna go Georgia minus 2.5. Kirby, keep that monkey off your back, Kirby. Keep that monkey off your back. And this video that I'm about to show you, help sway your boy, because this dude is an absolute nut job, a nuts Georgia fan that helped influence my decision in making this pick in Georgia over the Crimson Tide.
Are you ready to damn strap it up tomorrow?
Damn right!
All right, I love the damn energy. If you were to score a touchdown tomorrow, what would your damn touchdown dance be? Show me something. Yeah, hey. Are the Dogs going to get it done tomorrow?
Damn Skippy, baby!
Oh, my. That looked like Street.
His name is Hunkered Down Harry. Apparently, he's a Georgia legend that Georgia fans just love.
Who, that the guy wearing number 1?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Hunker Down Harry. I'm going to bump
Harry.
into that guy in Athens on November 15th.
Yo, be careful because he might bite your ass. He's crazy as hell, but that's a reason why I love college football. It brings something out of people, man, that's not normal. There's nothing normal about Hunkered Down Harry by any means. I would not trust him with my kids. I wouldn't trust him with anything in my life. But, hey, he loves him some Georgia Bulldogs. That right there, them's fans. Yeah, Athens is going to be popping. Ty Simpson, you ain't seen nothing like this, bruh. This is different for you. This is Florida State's crazy. Oh, man. And that offensive line for Alabama, so overrated. All those guys, they got issues. And you know Kirby, he going to exploit that. Even though Georgia, they're not playing like normal Georgia would, that front seven, we know just that motivation that Kirby uses, he can flip that in a heartbeat. And they've been chilling, and they had a chance to party after that Tennessee game, and then chill for a week, and then come back and regroup and get locked in again. Yeah, give me the Bulldogs, man.
I love it. All right, so now we go into the NFL. And I'm going to take the this is one of those, where's this game in Dublin, Ireland? The Vikings and the
Minnesota, Pittsburgh.
Oh man, I don't know who that favors, so I'm gonna stay away from that.
Yeah.
You know what though? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are getting 3.5 points at home against the defending world champion Philadelphia Eagles. 3.5 at home. The Eagles could win this game by 3, and I'd still win this bet. So give me the Buccaneers plus 3.5.
All right. I like it. I got Chargers minus 6.5 in New York. Jackson Dart's first game is going to be brutal. It's going to be rough. Dexter Lawrence was talking in the media. He didn't look excited about Jackson Dart starting. I felt like Brian Daboll's already lost that locker room. So, yeah, I think it's going to be slaughterhouse up in the Meadowlands. And I think Hardball and those boys are going to go 4-0. Give me the points minus 6.5. Chargers.
You know, I love me some Chargers this year.
I'm telling you, that girl, Madison Beer, like she got Justin Herbert dressing different. Justin Herbert used to dress like a nerd. Now he's coming in, you know, dressing like one of these young fools.
Fly for a white guy.
Yeah, fly for a white guy. Like, you know, I'm telling you, a woman changed everything.
I am taking Micah Parsons in the Micah Parsons Bowl. I think the Packers got embarrassed last week, losing to the Browns. Now they're coming into Dallas. Micah Parsons is all fired up. Jordan Love loves playing in Dallas. He lit them up in the playoffs. Give me the Packers minus 6.5 on the road against the Cowboys.
Okay. Yeah, Micah. You know, some weird games going on, some tough ones to pick, but with Derrick Henry and his fumbling issue, he's probably as pissed off as anyone in the NFL right now. I think Derrick Henry is gonna destroy Kansas City this week. I know Spagnuolo's really good, and I get that Xavier Worthy's coming back, but I think this is going to be one of those games that Derrick Henry shows to the rest of the league, hey, I'm still him. Don't think that everything's sweet here just because these last few weeks I fumbled a little bit. Like, Lamar's going to help him out. I think they are very pissed off from how the season's gone thus far. That's still not the Chiefs aren't, but I think Derrick Henry's going to show out. Give me Baltimore minus 2.5.
Okay. My last NFL pick. Give me the Las Vegas Raiders. They are at home. They are favored by 1.5 points against the Chicago Bears. The Bears had their monumental breakthrough last week, but it wasn't really a monumental breakthrough. And Max Crosby is fired up. Look, Gino's got one good game in him. Hell, even my terrible Rookie of the Year pick, Ashton Genty.
It's tough.
Maybe he can rush for more than 3.1 yards per carry. But give me the Raiders at home over the Bears by 1.5.
All right. Last but not least, or maybe least, just because this game ain't nothing to write home about. Since I'm in Cincinnati, man, give me the Bengals plus 7.5. Denver. Let's go. Ohio. I just had my Skyline chili earlier. I'm full. It was all right. I'm embracing everything Cincinnati, and that's picking the Bengals in this game. Come on, Jake Browning. You have T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. It's not as hard as it could be. It could be a lot worse. Get those guys the ball. Simple stuff. Screens, slants. Catch it. Don't even worry about the laces. Get it out of your hands. Quick.
Drawing up plays for him.
Yeah, we don't need him to be, going through his progressions. That's when Jake Browning gets himself in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, let's go.
Just give him make him a one-read wonder.
Yeah, I'll probably go down to one of these bars, watch the game. Well, no, it's on Monday. I'll already be back at the crib, but still.
I love it. All right.
Watch Ohio State. I don't know.
Zay is up in Cincinnati. He's getting swept up in Jake Browning magic.
Yeah.
They're on the road?
Yeah, they're on the road. Tough.
All right. Well, the Ryder Cup is not going well, kids. Longhorn Bears says Scheffler's going to lose twice today, the Ryder Cup.
Damn.
And the Euros might go up 6-2.
Damn.
That's not good. They're playing in America, for crying out loud.
Where are they playing?
I don't know, New York, something? Is that?
Yeah. So, yes, I had the chili, y'all. It's, again, as a Texan, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. I gave it a B. It was cool, but, we know spices in Texas, it don't got that kick like I need. Like, to be honest, I know Ohio folks would probably be pissed at me for saying this, and I'm definitely going to jump off air after I said this. Skyline ain't really nothing more than some Wolf brand chili, straight up. Like, I mean, I don't know much of a difference. Like, Wolf brand gives Skyline a run for its money. So,
all right, let's,
folks.
Now that you've just trashed Cincinnati cuisine, let's
I love Wolf brand chili. I love Wolf brand chili. Skyline's good,
Oh, that was a compliment.
I mean,
sure sounded not a compliment.
I apologize. It was good, Cincinnati folks. It was good.
All right, let's bring in the fellas. Let's open up the gym. Patrick Davis.
My dog.
Fan perspective.
What's up, fellas?
What's going on?
Man, how's the chili? It feels like it's fast food though, right?
Kinda. Like,
my boy said Wolf brand. That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't expect it to be. Is there a drive-through?
I don't know. We got it delivered, so I have no idea.
Okay, I think I feel like it's fast food. I always heard it kind of being like fast food, which then you're like compare it to Wendy's chili. To say it's fast food chili. It's not supposed to be great.
Cincinnati folks swear by it. Like, this is families have been going for generations. This is a Sunday dinner every Sunday. We don't miss it after Bengals games, after Reds games. Like, it's one of those staples in this town. So I don't get it.
I don't know. Any drunk person will tell you Jack in the Box tacos are amazing.
Oh,
they're not, but they are. So it's like, I get it, but I think it's more in that realm. I think I'm going to put it more. It's always been in my mind more of like the Jack in the Box taco than fine dining.
No, I get it.
Especially after the whole when Jason and Travis did this big party in Cincinnati and they had pools of Skyline chili and they hid a Super Bowl ring in one of them and they couldn't find it. And they realized you couldn't use a metal detector because there was too much metal in the chili.
Oh, hell no.
So it just set it off. Yeah, I'm telling you, go look up that story. I'm not making that up at all.
No. Hell no. Don't tell me that after I just went ham on it earlier. Come on, Patrick.
100% true story that they tried to find the ring and they could not find it. And then they tried a metal detector to find it. And they were like, it just sets it off everywhere you are in the chili. There's some ingredient in it that sets off a metal detector.
Well, I'm sure I'm going to sleep well tonight, but on that note, y'all have a good show, man. Appreciate you.
Have a good weekend.
All right, fellas.
Hey, weekend. Welcome in here to Open Gym. Sorry to give Zay medical advice there at the end of the the end of the show. But I know that's a true story that they just lost the ring and we're pretty unhappy about it. But that is Tobin Jam, myself, Patrick Davis, joined today by my man Steven from Fanatic Perspective. Always love having Steven on the show. Of course, you guys are the third member of Open Gym. Text lines open 512-222-9328 or on the chat there, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. What's up, CB? It is a Friday show. Excited for the weekend. Dad, glad you could join us, Steven. You ready for a bye week for Texas weekend?
I am. I mean, it's been fun to reflect, right? I actually broke up the season. I've been saying this all over. I broke up this season into 4 quarters, and essentially this is the end for me of Q2.
Yeah.
The Q3 and Q4 are essentially the 8 SEC games divided into 2, right? So we have the 4 this month where we are going to need to be road warriors. Yes. Right, get some rest before we don't play at DKR again until November 1st versus Vanderbilt, and that's where I kick off Q4. So right now we're kind of at this reflection point where I'm pleased, but it's a jam-packed weekend, especially for college football, Patrick. A lot will be decided and shift in several ways this weekend in college football.
No, exactly. We get to learn a lot more about some of these teams. It is SEC play, so you do keep getting to see like the first game of several teams coming out. But Ole Miss, LSU, Auburn, Texas A&M, Georgia, Alabama, all getting tests this weekend. Who comes out on top of those is really going to be a fun way to see. And for Texas, it just comes into you had a good week. You had a really good week. And we got to take every bit of this and take every bit of the enjoyment. Watch the games over the weekend. Enjoy, love football. Sark talks about that a lot. Like, you have to love football if you want to really succeed in it, because otherwise you may just be Kyler Murray. So you got to love football more than Call of Duty to be that guy. He's going to throw out.
I made some money on that little elf last night, by the way. I took under 226 passing yards for Kyler, which I knew that was.
You felt real good most of the game, then, didn't you?
That was good money. Hey, he finished that last drive. I was like, that's what he does, though. He'll come in the fourth quarter with like 90 yards. Just take sacks. He's the king of scrambling to run out of bounds for no gain. That's Kyler Murray's thing now. Because honestly, since the ACL, he doesn't have. He's still, top 3 fastest quarterbacks, just off of,
Well, he makes himself like. But I would love to see a video
I don't see
of
that
him
gear that he used to have before the ACL.
No, but I want to see a video of him and Vince Young running side by side, like going the same speed, and count the steps between the two. Because Vince, like 6 steps is like 50 for Kyler Murray.
Right.
He
looks like he's moving fast.
He looks like
he's getting caught by D linemen. So shout out to Kyler Murray. Thank you for the bread you made me last night, sir.
CB, yeah. OU fans. I don't know if OU fans are now buying into the Mateer is going to fight his way back and Superman it and play. Like, I get why they want him to. I feel like the conversation will be a little bit more like pro Michael Hawkins. I know they did the whole Michael Hawkins with Arbuckle is going to be great. Like, all they got to do is put up points against Kent State next week. And then if they put up
nothing from that.
Yeah, but if they put up 50 against Kent State, then the OU fan base will be like, oh, yeah, we're good. We're good.
OU has a counter. These people all need to go to law school because they have a counter argument for everything. No matter what the scenario, they can never be vulnerable with you and say, hey, we're a little concerned about this.
Yeah.
Right. Or, I don't know, like, we got to see first, right? As soon as Mateer goes down, there's one of 2 camps in the OU fan base right now. It's either he's going to come back no matter what you know about medicine, hand surgeries, thumbs, Dr. Shin is the GOAT. He's going to be back. We have no worries. He's going to carry the ball 20 times. He's going to throw it 30. He's going to have 50 touches against Texas, and everything's going to be wonderful in Dallas. Or you're in the camp of Michael Hawkins going to be like Lamar Jackson under Ben Arbuckle in that system.
Yeah.
So either way, you can't have a rational football conversation with a lot of these people. I'm just being honest with you.
That was true.
It's funny to me, all of the the Mateer stuff is a big point because he's their star. He's in the Heisman conversation. But when we look at it from a practical football standpoint, we're talking about a guy that was the quarterback against two teams that they've played two wars already. Because anytime you play a top 25 game, I consider that a war. So Texas has played one war on the road in Columbus. We've had one.
Yeah.
They've played two. In both of those wars, they put up 24 points.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? We're acting like this guy's out here putting up 45 points a game against everybody.
No,
they put up 24 points.
And one was on a trick play.
A illegitimate trick play.
Yeah, a trick play that, like it worked, but it wasn't like, wow, the player really did it. A lot of people could have made that throw. Let's say that.
Right. Like Auburn and Michigan both consistently got stops against OU. Okay. So to me, Dallas, if we want to look ahead real quick, because my focus is on having the best squad ready for Florida right now. Yeah. But if we want to look ahead to Dallas, the conversation's about Arch Manning and this offense against OU's defense. That's where, to me, the game will be decided, because there's a floor, there's a cap on OU's offense. With a healthy ass John Mateer, they were doing everything in their power, praying to God, putting up tithe money to get 24 points.
Get over run game.
They have no run game outside of him.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't run the football, it's gonna cause you a lot of problems if you can't outrun the football other than your quarterback. And there's several teams that have that, but none of them are people projecting them to go win a national championship.
The boy played the entire Illinois State game and put up 35 points. What are we talking? OU's defense is the moneymaker over there.
100%.
That's the moneymaker over there, and that's where my focus is. Because here's the other thing, Patrick, John Mateer or Michael Hawkins Jr. What changes in the game plan for the Texas defense? Aren't they both dual threat? Aren't they both going to have quarterback run featured? Aren't they both going to try to move around and create in the pocket? They're both not going to be able to run the ball with the running backs anyway. To me, the game plan, the keys don't change regardless. It'd be different if one quarterback was completely different stylistically than the other, right? Like Vandergrift last year when we played Kentucky and Cutter Boley came in there and started doing some things. Because Cutter Boley was completely different type of quarterback from Vandergrift. Our keys were different. But they're the same type of guy.
Yeah, you look at Gunnar Stockton coming in again in Georgia. It's a completely different quarterback.
Completely different from Carson Beck. Completely different. So,
yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that the reality is, if you're an Oklahoma fan, you should 100%. Longhorn Bear. I'm not saying Texas can't run. I'm saying OU can't run. OU cannot run.
We're saying OU's run game outside of the quarterback cannot run.
Yes. No, they should look at their yard.
Jaden Ott has been a bust. Yeah. Javonte Barnes averages literally 2 yards per carry. The only one that has
the thing is like, can Jay not get healthy? Can Jay not get healthy in the bye week, come back and play Kent State, or even sit that one out, and then have it coming up? That's your main hope, is that Jay Knott was just hurt for the first 6 weeks of the season, and then all of a sudden he is actually a good guy. He's just been hurt, and now he's playing. He's their Emmett Mosley is what they're hoping. Because we're hoping that Emmett Mosley. I heard Emmett Mosley practice today, so we've heard that Emmett Mosley's playing, so we may have another wide receiver coming up. But I think, and unless you're saying this, Longhorn Bear, unless you're arguing that the point that Arch has to play well, even if we run the football, it won't be enough to beat this OU defense if we throw a bunch of incompletions.
Oh yeah, Arch is gonna have to play well.
Yeah, he just has to play well. He doesn't have to play great. He doesn't have to play Heisman. He just has to play good.
And the other thing, too, I think what you saw in the Auburn game last week is there is money to be made. There is food in the OU secondary in terms of being able to generate chunk plays. Michigan did hit a home run with Haynes in the run game against OU. But my thing with Michigan was they were scared money with Bryce Underwood, how they were using him. And then they refused, for whatever reason, they refused to use quarterback run. They just completely took that off the table. They refused to run their quarterback. Yeah. So when you do that against the way Brent Venables plays defense, that's food for them, right? Yeah. As long as Arch Manning's running the ball, we're running the ball, and we're taking those same shots that Jackson Arnold was so inconsistent at hitting. Y'all saw what Cam Coleman was doing to those boys. We all saw it. I mean, come on. There's food back there.
Yeah. No, and that's that. You're like, yeah, it'll be another game for. I mean, the next couple weeks are games for Ryan Wingo to reestablish himself in that conversation as wide receivers after having a slow start with him and Arch both just having a slow start. But getting into that, since we haven't talked, where is your confidence level in the Texas offense and the Texas passing game after the first few weeks? And then, San Jose State was better, but you still weren't really there. And then Sam Houston, you finally got there. But Sam Houston's secondary is abysmal.
Yeah, I mean, UTEP, I was hoping that UTEP would be the rock bottom. That was where it was like, okay, it can't be worse than this. This was the sum of all fears type stuff. I think what helped Arch after all the run stuff, because even that first drive was shaky. He was still throwing some ground balls. I think what really helped him was the return of DeAndre Moore being healthy and really getting into rhythm with DeAndre. I think DeAndre opens up the outside. And when he's able to do that, because you know what you have with Jack Indries. Indries, you're going to roll him out. He's the guy you roll out of the garage in the big games. When we go play OU and some of these other teams, you'll just like Gunnar Helm, right? Remember Gunnar Helm? We rolled him out of the garage against Michigan to start the year last year. Hit a huge game, and it really propelled him the rest of the way. I think you'll see that with Jack Indries. But the connection that DeAndre Moore, what they did, DeAndre Moore was the highest graded receiver that played college football last week, according to Pro Football Focus. He was, that's how well he graded out. And that connection that they had last season was real. And so I finally got to see that, productivity-wise. And then no wonder all of a sudden Arch is able to hit deep posts to Ryan Wingo. And all the extracurriculars now start to come with Arch. So I think he was kind of like, it was like a basketball game kind of where he just needed to see a few go in. And now he's back to showing not just making the layups, but making the high-level stuff. So I feel a lot better as long as we're getting healthier. And I'm encouraged. You brought up Emmett Mosley. I'm encouraged to see how they will work him in because there's still room for another playmaker in this offense to me, Patrick.
Oh, 100%. I think you kind of look at where Dalen McCutcheon was kind of, and you were going to say, well, we were going to say it was Parker Livingstone and Emmett Mosley, but Parker Livingstone's pretty much solidified now. So you say there's kind of this point of where Dalen McCutcheon was going to come in some place and try and be a playmaker. They've tried to stick Ryan Niblett in different places to make him a playmaker. But, as Sark will say a million times still in this season, it's a very long season. And so the more guys you can get in there, the more that if DeAndre Moore misses another game, or if Jack Indries misses a game, or Wingo or Parker Livingstone, anybody misses a game, Emmett Mosley's ready to step up into that role. I think, it's really, really good to see that he's practicing and you get him in the bye week. So you kind of get to work out a little bit more with him, try and build up a little bit of that connection as you start to get in. And then hopefully you'll see him in the Florida game a little bit. I don't expect to see him a ton until you start to get into maybe some of the games where it feels a little bit easier. So I wouldn't expect to see him a ton over the next 2 weeks, but see him involved, probably getting, 5 to 10 snaps, maybe 15. If, depending on how much the offense has the ball, depending on how well they're rolling. But I think
one thing to Mosley
go for
too.
It.
I will say this, if he wants to earn himself some snaps, here's a great opportunity. Perimeter blocking.
Huge,
one of the things that people have been saying, oh, why aren't we running more screens? Why aren't we throwing more bubble, blah, blah, blah. We have had an issue with perimeter blocking, and that has been both the receivers as well as the tight ends. DeAndre Moore right now is our most productive perimeter blocker. He's the only one that's consistent at it. But he was gone. We were asking Niblett. Niblett stunk at it. The tight end stunk at it. McCutcheon struggled with it. So if Emmett Mosley, with his 6'2", his bigger frame a little bit, I think we can. That stuff is back on the table. If he's able to do it and Moore is able to do it, now we're back to where we were with Quinn and them, where we could consistently throw screens and rely on consistent perimeter blocking without penalties and whatnot. They should be able to do it. They have multiple big guys out there to be able to do that.
Yeah, and I mean, run those bunch formations and stuff. Put him over there with Wingo and Moore and Mosley, and just we're just going to try and get Wingo the ball in space and have two other guys block for him. And just try and get a big play downfield. I agree 100% that if he can follow that part, that is definitely how you earn playing time, because that's what DeAndre Moore did. before he was a sure-handed wide receiver, he blocked downfield. He did the J-Wit roll and was just like, I'll be the best blocker on the team. And all of a sudden it happened. And that's not to mention the leadership that we finally get him back in the huddle to calm Arch down. And we see the best game we've seen from Arch, where he doesn't get the yips and doesn't have that issue anymore. You have that leadership that included in a DeAndre Moore player.
100%.
You get Trey Wisner back. Trey Wisner's another guy who's part of that leadership to get that everybody flowing and feeling good in that huddle. So there's a lot that goes into what they need to try and figure out. But I think in this bye week, there is an interesting place where you're trying to figure out how to fix a few things. And so you're trying to figure out your offensive line and how to open up better holes, communicate better, have the open conversations in those locker rooms and stuff. And in the position meetings, I get it may be embarrassing or whatever, but we have to talk because we have to be able to figure out what exactly is happening to why there is such a massive disconnect. And this offensive line, and too many times it feels like everybody's playing for themselves and not for the team on the offensive line, which doesn't create the best holes, which doesn't help when someone's, blitzing or they stunt or they move and the communication's not there. You have to work on that a ton this weekend. You have to work on making sure that you are confident, because when confidence comes in, the penalties will go down.
I'm concerned about that piece there, Patrick.
Yeah, that's probably the most concerning piece.
I don't know if that can be fixed. I'll be honest with you. I think at this point, you start to get to a point in the season. I think all coaches get to this point where you kind of have to make the line of delineation between what is really fixable and what are we trying to hide. At some point, we're just gonna have to try to try to hide. We cannot get exposed on this. We know we suck over here, but we can't because I'm looking at our comms. We took our comms for granted under Jake Majors and Hayden Connor and even Kelvin Banks on the perimeter, even though tackles aren't comms guys, it's more on the interior offensive line. But Jake Majors, somebody pointed this out to me a few weeks ago, and they were like, dude, you consistently saw him pointing out the mic. He was talking. It's whether it's been Connor Robertson or Cole Hudson, it's I don't see them talking.
No, I don't think
go down there and hike the ball.
I don't think any of them have the confidence to say out loud, this is what's happening, because they're not 100% sure it is. And so if you don't have that confidence, it's really hard in front of 100,000 people, your team, the team that's talking a lot of trash to you on the other side of the ball, to go, that's the guy. And then the rest of the other team starts laughing. And you're like, I don't know if they're laughing because my voice cracked. I don't know if they're laughing what. But now maybe I called the wrong guy. And what you were hoping was that DJ was going to be that guy. He's not, clearly. So your hope was DJ would pick up on that. He's not picking up on it. So you have to find out who's going to be that guy in the middle to help get that fixed this week. And I get it's not going to be perfect, but we've seen it in basketball teams a lot where there's no communication on the court. And then once you get one or two guys talking, everything starts to work, right? And so I think it's if we could just find that one central piece of the guy who just has enough confidence to walk out there and go, watch this, do this, whatever he's calling on the line, then the rest may start to follow. And the offensive line won't be better, but I don't want to be putting lipstick on a pig, but I think it's you have a table, and right now that table is not sturdy at all. And if you put anything on that table, it's going to fall. Can we make it sturdy enough that we could have dinner at the table? Yeah. I don't need to do arts and crafts. I don't need to build, put big, heavy things and use it. I just need enough that we can set some plates, use it functionally, and then we'll get through the season with that. It's all I need out of it. So I get the table's very wobbly right now. Table is whatever, duct tape, maybe an extra screw somewhere, whatever we got to do. It's not going to look pretty, but that offensive line is the scariest part right now. And the craziest part about it, this is my only real hope for the offensive line, Steve, is the Ohio State game. They didn't look bad. They weren't great, but they didn't look bad in the offensive state in the Ohio State game. We thought this is a team. They looked much worse the next 3 weeks.
We left that game feeling pretty encouraged.
Yes. So my hope is when
That's
we
the
get
one
rid
time
of
on the road so far this
the one, my hope is when we get away from some of these smaller, quicker stunts, tricks, everything else other than two big men coming at each other, SEC offensive defensive lines. My hope is that they will be a step better than they are right now. Now, I get the competition's harder and everything else, but I think once you get away from just the mass, everyone perfectly planning for you, guys that are running around and you're having to use your feet more and you're not quite ready for that. You're trying to pick out all these weird things they're doing. My hope is that when other people are trying to do their own things, it won't be as bad. It'll still be big in multiple games. Third downs is when defensive coordinators will change up what they do and come after you. And so it's still going to be a worry in a lot of those places, but the hope is that it's maybe not as bad as it looks like it's going to be right now, that it won't be a step down when we go to better competition. It'll be at least like even, if maybe not a little bit more tolerable.
So 2 things. Kyle Flood, got your work cut out for you.
Hey, getting paid, making your money right now.
Work cut out for you. Second thing is the tight ends are a part of this conversation as well.
Yes.
They have been problematic. I already talked about the perimeter runs, the perimeter blocking stuff in terms of the perimeter screens. But even if we're talking about our zone blocking with our tight ends has been ass. Okay. It just is. I'm just going to be
it is
blunt about it. It's been ass. And the tight ends, I've seen all of them. I'm not going to point out one single person. Now, some have been more aggressive than others, which is why a guy like Nick Towson has ascended, because even if he misses an assignment, he's missing at 100,000% speed and effort out there, and he's trying to blow somebody's head off. We need more of that physicality. But to your point earlier about comms, we still run so much zone blocking stuff, and especially against these teams that run, 3 high safety, and people are off the line of scrimmage. You have to go know who you're going after or who you're going to go double team. And too many times people have come off the ball and hit nobody because they're kind of unsure. You can't fire off the ball unsure.
Yeah.
Right. And a guy is just moving right into the gap or into space. So do I think we need to see a little bit more gap type stuff where it's like, hey, no matter what, you're in this gap.
Yes.
If the person's there, just blow that guy away. Right. I don't need you thinking. I do think they're more gap oriented. I do think though that they're okay. I haven't seen anybody really killing them in pass pro like that. Even with some of the stunts and whatnot, I think Arch has actually been good at mitigating some of that damage too. Even as inaccurate and shaky as Arch has been, he's not like Jackson Arnold where he's just completely unaware in the pocket. Like
no, we should say he's not like Quinn Ewers, who's unaware in the pocket.
He's avoided. Even when there's been no trouble, he's been really good at avoiding it. So that's why I'm encouraged pass pro wise. I'm trying to get this stuff going run game wise and screen game wise.
Yes. Yeah.
There's a reason. If y'all watch the film, you will understand why Sark has not been calling screens the way he typically does.
Yeah.
Because the group he had before was special, getting out in space and locating who they're supposed to go get. And they typically went and got them in space. So if they can get to average, now screen game is all the way back on the table for us with guys like Wisner coming back who are, caught 44 passes last year. We need that.
Yeah, I think that's the deal is, you look at it, it's a very, very young team, and you that does take time for young players who all they did in high school was be the greatest player. They didn't have to block. They were never asked to block. They're 5-star. They're not supposed to block. They're 5 stars. And then you come in and they're like, you're not going to play unless you block. There's no reason for us to put you out there because you're not better than the guys we have out there at catching. And you're now a detriment in the blocking game. It's hard for anybody to get that. I think Dalen McCutcheon's probably the best, and he's just not great at it yet, but he will be better at it. Yeah, he's willing. Exactly. So I think we're hoping him at Mosley will have some more of that in him. But you're 100% right. There's just, Ryan Wingo is a prime example of somebody who, kind of got all that hype and then was worried about catching. You're like, well, if you're not catch, at least block. At least put a block down. You're a big dude. Put a block downfield. At least put a hand on a guy to try and break a run.
And it's also the element of us being a pro style offense.
Yeah.
They're not asking these kids to do that in Tennessee. Like Tennessee's about to play Mississippi State.
Yeah.
They ain't done they both run in veer and shoot. They ain't doing all that stuff. Like you know exactly what you're doing by the little sign on the sideline. They just play at a very fast tempo. But
yeah,
when you saw Khalil Lockett and the young boys come in at receiver last week, you saw Khalil Lockett they tried to run screen to him and he got tackled for -10. It's because Michael Terry and them, and I love Michael Terry and them, they all missed the blocks.
Yeah.
And the guy got killed in the backfield when Matthew Caldwell was in there. That's why they don't run screens.
Yeah.
Right now.
No, exactly. It's a reason why, we see so many running backs go to the NFL and then not play. And they're like, well, man, you right now are making $800,000 a year. That guy makes $55 million a year. Your job, above all else, is to make sure he stands up on the next play. Mm-hmm. Like, it just is what it is. The economics of the situation will tell you. And hell, and NIL, it's the same way. But, you just go, it's a hard transition. Texas was lucky enough to have more veteran guys, transfers in that were maybe a little bit more ready to try and take that step up and fight for the rotation. Hell, we see Matthew Caldwell. There's a reason why he's number 2. Because that dude was at Troy. He's fighting for anything to get any sort of notice and do. Like, that dude's fought to get everywhere he's at. And so that dude fought, and, no shade at Trey Owens or KJ Lacey. Those guys they're more in the recruiting and getting loved and all of that. And I don't know if they'd had that moment yet of there's no free rides. You got to go and get
details. It's not the sexiest things, just throwing the ball, right?
Yeah. And so, DeAndre Moore hopefully will help instill that on some of these young guys too, as it comes up, because DeAndre Moore had Jay Witt before him to help him and go, Jay Witt, tell him, you want to get on the playing field? I will tell you the key to Sark's heart. Block. That is a key, because all of his plays don't work if we don't block. We don't get explosive plays without it.
And then he has a beater for everything. That's his count. Like, I can't counter stuff if y'all aren't gonna. Like, that's a reason why, now I can't call it. Right? Because this is going to be -10 or it's going to be a penalty.
Yes.
So Emmett Mosley, though, coming from Stanford, I expect him to be a decent physical guy on the perimeter. I mean, they do a lot of stuff out there. When I watched some of his film at Stanford, they did do a lot of perimeter screen game stuff. So, again, if you want to earn some more snaps and earn some trust, again, if you out there, even if I'm not targeting you, it's like, wow, I can run my whole offense when you're out there.
Exactly.
I can run screen to either side when you're out there.
No,
so you're going to have more opportunities.
No, and I mean, I think we saw it. Like, Jordan Whittington was probably the prime example of the positives and negatives of it, which Jordan Whittington was on the field all the time. His targets may have gone down because he was more useful as the best wide receiver blocker in college football. And it was like, well, the play, if I give you the ball in this play, it may not work because the other guys may not block as well. But if I give it to him, it'll work better. But he's in the NFL and doing fine, and that's the real goal. The goal is not to have 1,000 receiving yards at college. That's great. But your real goal is to have a long career in the NFL and make millions and millions of dollars and win Super Bowls.
He plays a lot on the Rams, and he's doing the same thing over there.
Exactly.
He's doing all the dirty work for Puka and Devontae Adams. He's consistently there in 11 personnel if you watch the Rams play.
Yeah, and he also won a lot of games. That's and really, at the end of the day, you're like, I get playing it, but nothing sucks more than losing. Winning on the bench is better than losing in the game. I will tell you that right now. That is just a reality of sports. People who play all the time will not say that. People on the bench will tell you that. It is better to win here because losing on the bench is really, really bad. Nobody likes to do that. But that leaves you so that game, we know the offensive line has to figure it out, but it also has to figure out because there's the other part in the bye week, you got to figure out something in the red zone. Because right now, we don't have a running back touchdown, which means no big explosive plays out of our running backs. It means when we get in the red zone, there's no run game.
We got Gibson and Clark.
Okay, late last game. Yeah, late last game. But
up until last week. Yeah.
Up until the end. Yeah, you're right. We did not have anybody getting in the end zone. And so it does leave till how do you start to get in the red zone against some of these bigger defensive lines, bigger defenses? How are we going to be able to run the red zone? And the hope is Sark has been holding some things back because this red zone offense looks worse than what we had a year ago. But it's not with Arch running the ball. It gives you that other dynamic, but no play other than Arch running the ball really feels effective right now in the red zone.
I think that goes back to what I was saying earlier about what can you fix versus what can you hide. I think Art, I don't know if you can fix that unless Nick Brooks and some bigger guys get fast tracked, because we don't have 5 dogs. I'm not trying to be mean, but they're not like the I thought they would be more physical, more dog mentality this year with this group. They're not dogs. They're good. They're the fact that they're better in pass pro tells me everything I need to know. They're better playing backwards than they are going forward and getting after people. So in the red zone at this point, I would just like to see Sark though embrace athlete ball mentality a little bit more, especially if we can get some of the perimeter blocking stuff down. Like, you know what? Throw a fade. You have Parker Livingston that's 6'4". You have Ryan Wingo that's 6'2", 6'3". He's a great athlete. If you get a one-on-one, like, take advantage of some of those. He doesn't like to do it a whole lot, but we struggled to blow all 3 G5 schools off the ball when we got to the 1-yard line. We could not bench press people into the end zone.
No,
so at this point, that tells me that that's not going to change, right? So
no. You have to figure out another way to attack, and you have to look at it. And I know Sark wants to play bully ball in the red zone. We are not physically capable of playing bully ball in the red zone, unfortunately. Maybe at some point, but you specifically recruited pass pro offensive linemen. You did not recruit down and dirty. I'm going to push somebody around, and I'm going to make them. What was it, Tyler Booker? I'm going to make them. When I see the love of football leave their eyes, that's what brings me joy. That you don't have those guys on your team so much. You got dudes who got better feet and can put their hands up, and the pass pro hasn't been bad. But they
all grade better in pass pro than they do in run blocking.
Yeah.
All of them.
And so you have to figure out what you're going to do a little bit better, because it is that is probably your 2 biggest worries, both on the offensive line, really, this season, because the Arch world, you say, none of that ever felt like it was going to be forever with Arch. You know what I mean? Like, it does feel like there's still going to be more struggles. I don't think Arch is now a 300-plus yards per game player. There's going to be struggles playing against better teams, playing on the road.
He wasn't going to keep missing the layups
But the facts where he was just completely reading plays wrong, just, forcing everything to where he was either too fast or too slow on every play, and he just couldn't get the internal clock right. I think that is more going to be corrected. There's still going to be troubles, like plenty of them. But I think that one we knew was like that will, by the end of the season, we'll be better with that one. But the offensive line, it is how can we survive a season with this?
Arch is going to end up leading this team in touchdowns from a run game perspective. He already has 5 right now. Their most effective play that they execute is more of the zone keeper, quarterback run stuff than anything else. They struggle to turn around and hand the football off and score. This has been a problem since camp. In fall camp, when I heard in the scrimmage, they went 1 for 7 at goal line against the first team defense. Everybody was beating their chest and saying, man, that defensive line is something else. And I'm like, wait a second, 1 for 7 though? 1 for 7? The only person that scored was Baxter one time, and every other time they just stuffed him? Like, how's that not a red flag? And it came to show itself against Ohio State in the first game, right, on the goal line. It's shown up every single week. We've either gotten a penalty and we're more comfortable scoring from the 20 than we are from the 1.
100%. Because because a lot of Sark's plays requires space and spacing. That's how he likes to run his plays, is spacing. And there's no spacing in the red zone. Everything has to be perfect and minute, and there's no way to shade somebody off here because there's somebody else waiting. You lose that advantage when everybody's up on the line of scrimmage. And so that's where you want to play bully ball. And for whatever reason, he keeps trying. And this is year 3 of him pretending that he has an offensive line that can play bully ball.
But he also, to me, this is nitpicky. The condensed sets don't help you there because I can cheat off a receiver. Like, to me, I'd like to see, like, OU, when they beat us a couple years ago, we stopped them a couple times, and then they went 5 wide and just ran Gabriel with the lighter box.
Yeah.
But you had to, I remember we had guys all the, like David Benda's lined up on the running back by the pylon. But he has to respect it.
And I think you'll probably see that with Niblet at times. They'll line Niblet up in the backfield and then spread them out. But that's my point. Is Sark going to make that adjustment finally and say, okay, it doesn't matter. I can put 14 guys in the box. Their 11 are still going to stop us.
Right.
It doesn't matter how many guys I put in this box. It does not matter. So how about I try and out clever them somewhere else and try and have them have confusion. So I'm not doing it. My hope is that he realized it this year when it was like, oh, we can't run against UTEP. We can't run against San Jose. We can't run against anybody. We're not going to be able to run the football and power guys. It's just not going to happen. So it's not a fact that we lost CJ Baxter last year, and now that he's back, we're good to go. It's just our O-line is not that type of O-line. So, I mean, I'm hoping that he'll figure that one out. But if I'd ask you, if you're looking at a specific player that you're looking at now for Texas to step up in the second half, or we'll see what you said, the third quarter, I guess, of beginning SEC play. Who's that player that you look at and say, you have to be the one to start it? Is it someone on the offensive line? Is it Jack Endries saying he's got to lead the tight end room to be better at blocking? Is it a wide receiver that's just got to step up his game? Where are you going with the player that you like? This guy needs to step up.
Well, I'm not going to say step up for this player because we lost him after the first war, but he's crucial. It's Wisner. I'd like to see my team with our best run. He's our best running back as of right now. Is he our most talented running back? People continue to have that conversation. At this point, I don't care. He's the most productive running back that we have. And to me, he is able to create after contact. He's proven that. Yeah. Especially out in space. And on top of that, being a very reliable safety valve in pass game. I think Wisner is going to be key. Like I think we sometimes forget he put this team on his back against the Texas A&M last year on the road. When we were sometimes sputtering a little bit or a little uncomfortable, he was just that guy, and didn't always have the cleanest blocking, didn't always have the cleanest opportunities. So I'd like to see Wisner come back. I know the hamstring stuff can be finicky, but to me, on the offense, he can really get us going.
He posted what the Instagram said soon with him in his uniform. So I think he'll be back for Florida, I think. But yeah, I'm with you. Trey Wisner is a guy that, all the intangibles he brings to your team, just the toughness. When we talk about the guys who had to fight and claw to get where they're at, and you have to have that mentality on your team, Trey Wisner is 100% the embodiment of that. And it's funny because he talks about it and he goes, oh yeah, me and Arch, we're in the same class, and I'm like, no one but you puts you and Arch in the same room as recruits coming up through this program. No, because you got to think, a year ago, we're like, well, we're screwed. We don't have a running game, and we still had a 1,000-yard rusher in Trey Wisner. So that guy has just, through it all, been the guy who has been solid, been there for everybody, been a leader, and just understands that fight and that dog mentality of, I may be undersized, I may not be the most athletic, I may not be anything else, but you will never outwork me. You will never take that. You can't. You may tie, you'll never beat me at that. And to have that in the huddle, Demo is that as well. To have those guys back in the huddle together, I think just takes this offense, and when the going gets tough, as it's going to against Florida and Oklahoma, because we can laugh at Florida's offense all day long, that defense is legit.
Yes, it is.
That you're going to have the next 2 weeks times where things don't go right, and you throw a pick or two, and you fumble the ball, or you go 3 and out. You go for it on 4th down and don't get it. You get in the red zone and have to kick a field goal. All those things might have, or probably going to happen in the next 2 weeks. I hope not, multiple. I don't know, but not 3 or 4 turnovers, but there will be at least 1 or 2 in the next couple of weeks, because Arch just hasn't seen that level yet of defenses coming at him. He saw Ohio State, but he's just like, you're still going to see it. So those things will happen. How do you bounce back from those? And I think having those two guys there just really escalates that, other than what we saw in other weeks where he threw, pass in the ground and they all came back to the huddle and went, what are we going to do? Like, don't throw it in the ground again. You're fine. Go. What are you worried about this?
Right. Play ball. Hey, but Wisner, the thing is, Wisner, Demo, they've competed in SEC conference play. They've competed on the road. They've been there, done that. The defense has been benefited with having their experienced guys on there and their young guys being able to ramp because they've been out there. I just think, how much better would we be offensively, or not even better, but more consistent if Wisner had been out there all those games?
Yeah.
Right. Just helping with their confidence and saying, hey guys, we don't need to do all that. Let's get back to this type of blocking or whatever. So I think that will help. I really, really think just the period of comfort, just like Demo brought comfort last week. I see that with Wisner as well.
No, I love that. Before we hit this first hour into the hour, let's talk some college football because it is a huge week of action, Stephen. A lot going on. We get a couple games tonight. One that I think the line is pretty good in, and one that I don't. That Florida State-Virginia game tonight at 6.5 is crazy, right? Florida State's been trouncing everybody. Or is Virginia actually going to put up a fight?
Chandler Morris is now over there in Virginia, and he's been playing well. I actually have Virginia. But I'm with you with the way that Florida State has been playing and the way that Gus has been scheming up stuff. Gus Malzahn is having a renaissance, ladies and gentlemen, offensive coordinator at Florida State. I actually boosted my line on that to like 9.5 and took that to plus. I'm with you. I just wanted to hear what you had to say because I understand the logic going on the road. Sometimes Charlottesville can be a little tricky. Chandler Moore's good quarterback, veteran quarterback. But Florida State's hot right now on both sides of the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Florida State just feels like they're playing. And I get like this will probably be their first test of a team that's good knowing what they are this year. Mm-hmm. There's something to be said for that because after Alabama, they played nobodies. So, I mean,
Virginia's going to be a bowl team. They're good. They're solid.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it could be a game, but it just feels like if Florida State is up by 10 in the third quarter, they're going to go hard to score and get up to 21. Like, it's not going to – I don't feel like they're going to run the ball out. This feels like this Florida State team is foot on the gas. Let's go. We got to earn respect back because last season was abysmal. And there are much more on there. Like we always talk about at Texas, the revenge tour. Like we lost one game. This team lost a lot last year.
Was it 2-10 last season?
2-10 last season. So there is a different type of revenge tour. They're like, man, the janitors beat us last year. We were all defeated. This is not good. So I mean, 6.5 seems weird there. Now the 2.5 over on Arizona State is an interesting one. TCU undefeated 3-0. I think Hoover is a really, really good quarterback. It shows you what it means to stick around at a program and what that can do for you. We know that Leavitt could be better. Hitting Tyson helps you out, but that loss of Scatabo is huge. They haven't been the same team since then. That Mississippi State loss, is that a trap game or is that a trend?
So Mississippi State scares me because I think that was more about Mississippi State than that was about Arizona State.
All right.
And I'll get there because Mississippi State is also 4-0 now, 4-0.
Yeah.
They're playing Tennessee tomorrow, so we'll get to that game because I want to talk about that. But in regards to Arizona State, TCU, this is a huge game tonight, folks, in terms of the Big 12 because you're right, TCU's playing good ball. Right now, Josh Hoover is like flirting at that 6-7 spot in the Heisman race. He's putting up those kind of numbers. Last week, the battle for DFW, him and Eric McAllister got it popping in the fourth quarter. They went nuts. 270, like 140-yard touchdown, 70-yard touchdown. They went crazy. Now they're going on the road. They're going to Tempe, right? to play Arizona State. I think.
Yes.
This is going to be a very electric game. I've been waiting for this game all week, to be honest with you, because the offenses between these two quarterbacks, Arizona State, yes, you're right. They don't have that physical identity that they have with Cam Scatterboo. They still have the verticality with Sam and Tyson. Tyson is one of the best. Tyson might be a first-round pick at receiver next year. He's been that good.
Yeah.
The thing is, and they still Rayleigh Brown, who used to be at OU and went to USC, he's actually been solid at running back for them. And
but he's not a Swiss Army knife.
No,
and Scatterbo was a Swiss Army knife.
He's not, and he's a guy that would knock dudes out the game. Let's be honest with you. Like, he would. You would find out who's about that life when he's on the field.
Yeah,
I think this is a little bit more of a traditional Big 12 track meet, but I'm excited about TCU. TCU has an opportunity here because they don't play. To me, Texas Tech is now becoming the favorite in the Big 12, and TCU does not play Tech this year.
No,
unless they go to Arlington.
They do have Iowa State still on the schedule. They have BYU still on the schedule. So they have some games that are a little bit. They're not easy. I'll say that
they need this game.
If they win this game though, then they got Colorado to win next week. They can get to 5, 6, 7-0 and really change the conversation and push Tech to be like, you can't lose one either. And it really puts Arizona State on a free fall at that point, that they're just trying to salvage anything because, like, again, they had a get out of jail free card. And look at the Texas Arizona State game. The only reason they were in that game was that Scatterbo would just come in and then be like, you know what, I'll play quarterback for a play too. All right. Or they said, put me on defense. Let me stop them real quick. I'll get a pick 6. Like, he just did everything he could do. He's a
monster.
Yeah.
He's a monster.
And so you just look at that and then you see what they are now. And they're used to having it too much. And I think you could tell that Kenny Dillingham knew that a bit. And that's why he was being really hard on him. He's like, y'all keep thinking that your boy Cam's going to bail you out. He's gone. There's no more bailouts. So all those things that we would screw up a little bit and then he'd save the day and he just run the ball out at the end of the game or do whatever else, that's gone. We have to be really good all the time now.
This is going to come down to Sam Leavitt, though. You mentioned it earlier. Yeah. One of the reasons why Arizona State was still considered a favorite in the Big 12, obviously they were getting a third-team All-American at receiver back in Tyson, but Sam Leavitt was ending the year like kind of as like a, guy getting a lot of buzz. He's also from that 2023 class, Michigan State transfer. But the thing was, you saw at Mississippi State when the game was really in his hands, he wasn't able to carry them. That's not the type of player he is yet. Whereas I see Josh Hoover carrying TCU. I'm sorry, I do. And I think this is going to be a very interesting battle between both guys that were number 10 at quarterback. Can Sam Leavitt elevate his play to match what Josh Hoover and them are going to do on that TCU offense? Because Eric McAllister, number 1 wide receiver at TCU, is a badass. And that's how I'd like to see Ryan Wingo play football. They have the same body. They both aren't good route runners. But Eric McAllister just takes a slant and just dog walks that thing to the house. Yeah. And can't be tackled half the damn time. I'd like to see Ryan Wingo be used like that, but that's how good. Yeah. This is going to be an exciting game. Arizona
it will be.
TCU.
It's a good one tonight at 8:00 on Fox. CB, is that confirmed that Hoover is a
I've heard
furry?
That too.
I've seen a picture that was like a screenshot of something, but I didn't know if it was real or not. And I don't know, like you can't tell who's under the mask of the fur. I don't know what an animal he would be neither. But if CB, if that's real, let me know if that's a real thing or maybe an internet one. It does. I mean, it's funny either way.
Josh Hoover right now plus 1,400 as of right now
for the Heisman.
For the Heisman, right now your favorite sitting right now is Fernando Mendoza at plus 650, and then Dante Moore at plus 1,000. Josh Hoover plus 1,400. If he has a 400-yard passing game and 3 more, like basically like he did with SMU last week, that's going up. I'm telling you right now.
If he is an actual furry, and then at the Heisman presentation, he's got some representation in the crowd. Not real, CB. All right. I want to see, like, maybe you just got some. They're like, are the mascots here? Like, no, stay away from them mascots, kids. You don't want to be around them. Not for real. All right, let's hit some of these other games real quick on Saturday. USC, Illinois. This feels like USC is going to run them over. USC's been playing pretty good this year. It feels like Lincoln Riley's actually figured out how to play the Big Ten a little bit better. And so Illinois, we know, got just mollywopped by Indiana last week, so they'll be trying to put up their last fight. This was supposed to be their season because they have the easiest schedule, and they've already been embarrassed in their super easy schedule.
And they returned like everybody.
They returned everybody.
Luke Altmaier.
You're like, all they got to do is beat Indiana, and they're good to go. And then USC's now better, so their cakewalk is not what they wanted to see. So this one again, I'll go ahead and I'll say USC feels like this should be able to cover a 6.5.
I think Illinois, this is I hate to say it already, but they're fighting for their season. I'm sorry. That last week was embarrassing. And not only was it embarrassing, Fernando Mendoza's the Heisman favorite because of last week. Now, for the real ones knew, when he came from Cal, they had upgraded. I like Curtis Rourke last year. He was solid. Yeah. I knew with this boy coming from Cal, y'all saw Jack Injuries and what they did against Miami. Fernando Mendoza is from Miami and was already pissed off that he didn't get to be a Hurricane and had to go to Cal to play. And that's who was the one that was dropping them dimes. So now he's over there in Indiana and lit them up. Illinois, I love their DB coaches, all those guys. They got lit up. USC, though, has been flying really nicely.
Yeah.
My thing, though, is 11 a.m. kickoff.
Yeah.
On the road.
Yeah.
I need to see them be grown-ups about it. But they should be able to handle this. I'm with you. They should be able to handle it.
They should be able to handle it. If they don't, then they're going to have a tough ride because they get Michigan next week and Notre Dame the week after that.
We're going to learn a lot about Jaden Mavia, too, because he's up there in the Heisman conversation as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Then we get a game that, on paper, before the season, should not have been something I would be watching. Now it has to be on one of the screens. Uh-oh. Notre Dame, Arkansas.
That's a good game.
It shouldn't be. It should not be. But it is. Like, when you watch it before the season, you're like, Notre Dame should be a playoff team. They should be able to run the ball all day long. Their defense should be able to stop some guys. And now you're like, Taylor Green may go for 400 on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Notre Dame defense, what happened? What's going
overnight?
On there, right? Overnight. And now, look, I understand this too. To be fair to Notre Dame, they've played two very good offenses. A&M has a good offense now. Mario Craver, Concepcion, them tight ends, the backs, they somehow have figured out how to do offense at A&M now. So, I mean, believe it or not, Craver right now would be your Biletnikoff winner if it season ended today. And then the week before, Carson Beck, who's another Heisman candidate winner, and Miami probably has the best offensive line in the country. So they played two really good offenses. And C.J. Carr did at least keep them right offensively. It's not that Notre Dame has had a problem scoring points these last 2 weeks. It's been the defense. You haven't seen the playoff defense that they had. I mean, the game was on the line against A&M, 4th and goal, and they ended up with a 5'10" linebacker on a 6'7" tight end. And, just unfortunate, right? Yep. But to your point, Taylor Green, as well as he's playing, Arkansas's football dumb. Look how they handled the Memphis game. They're exciting because Taylor Green's exciting, and they're going to move the ball up and down the field, and I think it's going to be a fun game. But Notre Dame's going to win that game because of upstairs.
But that's the hope, or that's what you would think. But I don't know if Notre Dame has that all right now. I think so. I think Marcus Freeman's a million times better coach than Sam Pittman, so that's an easy call on that one. But you're like, is Notre Dame just going to be, too fat and happy again and be like, oh no, we're going to be good, and just not ever really?
They're out of margin. They can't afford to think like that anymore. They can't do it anymore.
No, I get that, but that doesn't always mean it stops. Again, Florida State last year is your example. It doesn't mean when you realize you're out, you just keep falling down the hill sometimes.
What's the spread on Notre Dame, Arkansas?
3.5 right now, Notre Dame.
Notre Dame's covering. I'm going to say Notre Dame wins by a couple scores.
Okay. All right.
I feel good. I feel good
All
about
right.
Notre Dame handling their business. I think that Memphis game may have broken Arkansas.
All right, 2:30 window, LSU, Ole Miss. Mississippi is Ole Miss is favored by 1.5 in this game, above the number 14 because it's on the road. It tells you how tight that SEC schedule is this season. We know that Garrett Nussmeier's the dude, but the offense is not the dude. And all we talked about was like, well, the offense will be fine, but the defense we're worried about. Defenses look good. And now, yeah, you're completely thrown off of what Brian Kelly's going to bring for you. And then now we got Lane Kiffin having to deal with his daughter, dating it, and then
Whit Weeks.
Everything about it this seems like it's going to be a really fun matchup, and you could really see it go either way because Ole Miss hasn't. Again, they normally have a better defense than they're looking like they have right now. They allowed 35 points to Arkansas. They allowed 23 points to Kentucky. Neither one of those probably should have been as high as they were. And I get Taylor Green again is fun, but they should have been able to stop them better than you did in that game if you want to compete with teams like LSU, who should have a better offense in general than Arkansas does. I mean, is it just that Ole Miss's new quarterback? Is he the key to this one?
Yeah, Trinidad Chambliss has played very well. He's been electric, both with his arm and his legs. I think that this is the game that the Nuss bus finally wakes up because the LSU. Because if you're Nussmeier, to your point, Patrick, the LSU defense has been good as advertised. They're getting their money's worth out of Coach Baker. They have a $2 million defensive coordinator in Coach Baker, and he finally has got them playing right, and they've been defensively sound. They had 5 picks on Lagway and against Florida. They've been playing really, really good ball all season, even Clemson game. But this is another one where they get to stack another win because they've lost. That Clemson win now is no longer shiny. Let's be honest. No. It's no longer shiny. Now you can probably say their best win. What is their best win, right? Like, because the Florida win, can they claim Florida? I mean, these are teams that were supposed to be.
No, because the Florida win was ugly. It was ugly as hell.
So I think, and it was ugly because they were struggling
5
offensively.
interceptions. 5 interceptions, and you don't blow them out.
It's what, 20-10? So it's like
you scored 20 points, 5 interceptions. That's 4 points an interception. That is a crazy number.
I think Ness is going to wake up. I will say this, and we can go to the next game.
Yeah.
Brian Kelly, Garrett Nussmeier, you got to take it as a form of disrespect that Ole Miss is favored by 1.5.
Yeah.
With their backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Take that as Austin Simmons isn't playing.
No, I will say this is the world of what I have to explain it. And you know this too, but it's always like when they're like, it's a backup quarterback. Like, it's college football. Backup quarterback doesn't mean worse.
True.
Chambliss
has been great.
You're like in the NFL, it is pretty much standard. Your backup quarterback is worse than your starter. But in college, it's just unknown. It is always a mystery box. Let's open the mystery box. And sometimes you get a guy who can't throw a football at all. And sometimes you just get a dude. And you're like, we got a dude. Hey, who knew? So
I think Nuss is going to wake up at 2:30 tomorrow. I think it's finally going to be the game where he's.
All right. What about that Auburn Texas A&M game? A&M's looked really good, but this is, again, that Notre Dame matchup lost a little bit of its luster already because you're like, well, that Notre Dame, they don't look very good. So I get that. I still think Texas A&M right now, season ends, they're definitely a playoff team.
Yes.
But Auburn pissed off about last week. A&M's a 7.5 point favorite in this game, which feels high because Auburn was in that Oklahoma game, technically has a reason to say they could have won it if it had been officiated correctly for them. I mean, this one's big. Again, Jackson Arnold, Marcel Reed, 2 guys that probably don't get the respect that they want to get. I won't say deserve for Jackson Arnold. May say it for Marcel Reed, but
2 more 2023 quarterbacks as well.
Yeah,
in that class.
If they're able to figure it out, the 7.5 just seems big for me. Again, that line of respect. If you're Auburn, I'm not a big Auburn dude, but that feels off.
I'm going the other way. I think Texas A&M is going belt to ass tomorrow.
Okay,
on Auburn. I do. I don't like the Here's the thing: Was Auburn robbed last week? Absolutely. I'm sorry. That what occurred in Norman, Oklahoma was nasty work. Was very nasty work. What occurred in Norman, Oklahoma. However, the fact that it was Thursday yesterday, today's Friday, and all I hear about out of Auburn's camp from not even just like
that's true.
They're still talking about Oklahoma.
That's true.
And that game was a war, and A&M's had a bye week to recover from their war at Notre Dame. They've had extra week to get ready for this. Auburn's going back on the road, and I don't hear Auburn people talking about going to College Station. I keep hearing them talking about how they got robbed at Norman. And so I don't like the mental makeup and the things that I'm hearing. And the thing is, this A&M offense is a lot better than that one-man band that they had to play against with Mateer last week.
Yeah.
Come on now. It's a one-man band.
Sure.
So unless I see, now the thing is, Jackson Arnold and Cam Coleman, if the A&M defense hasn't been great like it normally is either.
No, this could be a big Cam Coleman game.
It could be I think this is going to be a game where it's like 38-25, right? Like both teams are moving the ball, but I think A&M offensively right now is humming.
Yeah, I'm with you. What a couple ones quick here. Indiana at Iowa. Indiana's a 8.5 point favorite. I really hate that all these teams start with I and then they just go IU in the picks. It is so confusing to me. But I'm like, there's no way they're favoring Iowa by 8.5 because if Iowa scores 8 points, it's impressive. But is this one where Indiana could come back down to earth at all because of the Iowa defense? Like, I don't think Iowa's going to win, but I think they could at least bring them back down to earth where Illinois just let them walk over.
I think early in the game you'll see that, but Mendoza's really good. Really good, and I think he's going to have a lot because the IU defense is good too. And I know Iowa's offense is much better this year. They've got a quarterback that can move and get yards and actually move the chains, and they're putting up points more than they normally do. But I think Indiana's defense is really, really good, and they're going to give them a lot of possessions. And I think over time they'll wear down Iowa. All
right, Tennessee, Mississippi State. Tennessee favored by 7.5 in this one. It's an interesting game because this is Mississippi State real game.
Josh Heupel versus one of his disciples in Jeff Lebby. You know, the old crew running the same offense from UCF, now getting to face each other. This is also a game too where Tennessee, Joey Aguilar, all those guys, big game for Tennessee, right? Because they kind of smoked that Georgia game. If you think with the field goal, they could be undefeated. The last thing you want is for those type of things to start to compound. I know they had a great showing against UAB, put up hella points like they normally do. My thing is in this game, folks, if you have not seen Mississippi State play, they have weird, freaky guys on both sides of the ball. What do I mean by that? Kelly Jones at corner for Mississippi State is 6'5", and he's good. He's the one. That's why Tyson didn't go off on Arizona State. That kid's getting NFL attention all of a sudden. Yeah. Darian Gillette, former linebacker at Texas, who's finally healthy. They finally getting all the. It's like they took all of the injured pieces from all the rest of the SEC and put them on one defense. Malik Silla, who was at A&M, all of a sudden he's a top 5 in pass rush win rate. They got Jure Bledsoe over there. Y'all remember him? Like, they got all these, like, random dudes that are playing well at Mississippi State. It's weird. And then they got Brennan Thompson and Anthony Evans, 2 4-3 receivers. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a track meet. I think Tennessee, though, has too many bodies and will finally give Mississippi State their first loss.
All right, big games of the night. 6:30 on NBC. Oregon at Penn State, the whiteout. This one to me, Penn State's favored by 3.5. This one to me, I said it yesterday. It feels like everything's telling me Oregon should win this game just fine. But I feel like Penn State, just something in them has it. Like Oregon doesn't have that next gear, and I think Penn State might have that next. Just like we understand to be in a big game, we get what this is. We know how to do this. We're at home, all those factors, and just play kind of a boring, not super exciting, but winnable game for Penn State. And Oregon just comes out and, steps up at times, but then falls back and steps up and falls back. And Penn State just kind of slow and steady wins the race.
I'm struggling with this game. I still haven't put my bet in for it because apparently the whole world has Oregon plus 3.5, which smells funky.
It does.
It smells funky because people, I think a lot of people just don't trust James Franklin in top 10 games.
But why is Dan Lanning? Why do you trust him more? He hasn't won anything when it really mattered. It's their playoff record.
He just went right after Dan Lanning.
I'm just saying. It's like they're both not elite, like win huge games guys.
Right. I think Penn State, their phobia is more about an Ohio State, Michigan thing than it is. Because if you look at all those games that James Franklin has lost, majority of them are either Ohio State or Michigan. Yeah. So I would like to see what his record is against those opponents that aren't those two schools. Yeah. So I'm going to probably lean Penn State. Here's the thing. This is Penn State's first real game since they got eliminated in the playoffs.
No, I mean, this is why they were the number one team and then just slide down and slide down because everyone's like, you're not doing anything. We don't see you anywhere.
We don't see you we don't see you. Y'all played nobody. You're not looking sexy in these tune-up games, but you have crazy NFL talent over there.
Yeah.
This is going to be the game, by the way, where all the money they spent in the portal on these receivers, because that's the big thing. They spent a lot of money on receivers. This is going to be the game where we see if that money's going to pay off. I think Penn State wins at home. I don't think Oregon covers, though. I think Penn State wins.
But Penn State doesn't cover 3.5. Yeah. Finally, Alabama and Georgia. Georgia's favored by 2.5. This feels like somewhat of they're still really good teams, but it feels like it's lost something because Georgia's still great, but we've started to see the chinks in the armor
especially on defense
on Georgia, where we're like, you're not the same Georgia you were. The transfer portal, Texas stealing people from Georgia, like NIL, that has hurt y'all enough that you're vulnerable now. And then for Alabama, we know they haven't been the same since Saban left. So they're still good, but vulnerable. And so there is much more vulnerability in this game that a few years ago, this was the game of like the immovable force versus the
immovable force versus the unstoppable object.
Something like that. Yeah. And so that was what it used to be. And now it's like, all right, I could believe either one of you. I feel Kirby's going to get him back for last year, though. I don't think he should have lost that game last year, and I think he's going to get him back for it.
That was probably the game of the regular season last year in terms of just, oh my God, are you watching this texting somebody, right?
Yeah.
And that was the night that Ryan Williams happened and all this type of stuff. It's so interesting, though. Kalen DeBoer is undefeated against Kirby Smart, Steve Sarkisian, and Dan Lanning, but he's like 500 in non-con, like against G5 schools. It's the most like absurd like plot twist of
It's
so.
Well, I mean, it's the I can't get my players up for everything award.
But you can beat Kirby, you can beat all these other dudes. I do think this though. What version of Alabama shows up? Are they going to be the soft, unaccountable to assignments? Because Georgia at home, here's the thing. Georgia does have a big boy win on the road at Tennessee. You can't take that from them. I know the defense was ass. Look, Joey and them put up, 6 touchdowns on Georgia's deep. You talked about chinks in the armor. No, they got problems in the secondary. They got problems. Yeah. Alabama, though, what version is showing up to this game? Because this is a winnable game.
It's 100% winnable.
It's a winnable game. Who do you got, though?
I have Georgia. I think Georgia wins it. I think Kirby last year played against Nick Saban, not Kalen DeBoer, and that cost him the game. I think he tried to play against what he thought Alabama was going to be and not what they did, what they were. And I think this year he's pissed off about it and fixes it. I don't think that loss sat well with him last year. So
So if Georgia wins this game, do they have a case to be number one? Because they would have gone to Tennessee.
But if Penn State beats Oregon, they have a case.
That
and I
is
get
true.
I don't know how you knock some of those other guys off.
Yeah, because we didn't do Ohio State Washington. That's
no, because I don't think it's close.
Oh, you don't think that game's close?
No,
I think Washington's going to scare Ohio State because the quarterback.
Maybe in the first half. Maybe in the first half. I just don't. The Ohio State defense is legit. And look, maybe they will because Matt Patricia is a joke, but still not going to give him credit.
You're not giving him no credit. You're not moving off that at all. Damn.
No, Matt Patricia's a joke. You can tell me that he will not be the defensive coordinator for Ohio State next season.
I think there's going to be a point in the third or fourth quarter where Washington's within a score.
Okay.
And Damon Williams, hey, he's good. He's really now. To your point, Ohio State, they got firepower everywhere, but I got Georgia 2 at home by the thinnest of margins. But I just don't know what type of Alabama team shows up, and I don't see Kirby losing to DeBoer twice in a row. That'd be crazy.
No,
that'd be crazy.
All right, this just says Texas benefits if Georgia wins, but only if we can go to Athens and win. So roll Tide because I'm still bitter. We're all still bitter, Joe. We're all still bitter. We're going to take our first break. We're going to come back, get into some NFL games, Cowboys and Texans up, and then we're going to try and fit in some NBA talk because training camps open Monday. Training camps are opening Monday. All the veterans report on Monday. So we will get into that as well. But we'll take a quick break. We'll come back and get into hour 2 of Open Gym with my man Steven from Fanatic Perspective coming up right after these.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean? My
boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patty Davis, alongside my man, Steven from Fanatic Perspective. You got to go give them a follow. They have been great to keep up with this Texas season. Keeps you in there. So we're going to keep it rolling right along. And shout out to everybody in the text line, 512-222-9328. And on the chat there, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Reminder, too, if you still have time, if you want to support Texas Sports Unfiltered and their participation and our participation, I should say, in the St. Jude Walk that is happening tomorrow, you can still do that. Go to any Texas Sports Unfiltered social media. It will have the link to post where you can come walk with the Texas Sports Unfiltered crew, or you can raise and donate some money to the Texas Sports Unfiltered crew and help raise some money for a really good cause in the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Make sure to go do that. Even if it's a few bucks, it all helps out. So a very cool thing that you can do to help out the Texas Sports Unfiltered family in a really, really good cause. Steven, let's get into some NFL talk here. We'll switch it over into some of the weekend games for the NFL, and we'll start with the Cowboys. The Jerry Jones Hour begins. It will end shortly. The Jerry Jones Hour is never a full hour. Jerry Jones lies to you, so why don't I? So Jerry Jones said today that when asked about Micah Parsons, he basically made the comments. He was on 105.3 The Fan and made the comments that, well, Micah Parsons is a great player. There's ways you can beat him. We never won a Super Bowl while he was here. So, how good could he be? Which, by the way, does throw under the bus every single player who's played for the Cowboys in the last 30 years. Every single one of them. I don't know how much it throws them under because then they're just as good as Micah Parsons. So maybe it's a compliment. Who knows? But he said that, and everyone's like, dude, no, this is not what you mean. And I get you're blaming him because the defense wasn't great all the time. There's 11 dudes on the field. Some of the other ones have to play well too, because he seems like he's doing pretty well in the Packers right now. I'll say that. There's only a 6.5 point spread here for Green Bay. I get it's in Arlington. It's a Sunday night game, but no CeeDee Lamb tells me this is not going to be a hard game. This may be the Matthew Golden game. We may finally get Matthew Golden unleashed in this game. That's my hope out of this one, because Jordan Love should just be up. There's no Myles Garrett this week. There's no mean bad boogie monster this week.
That Cleveland defensive line too, across the board, they're playing a really good ball. Mason Graham, top 5 pick, he's balling. Former Cowboy Malik Collins.
Wait, they picked a defensive lineman out of Michigan and it worked?
Well, so did the Lions.
Oh, come on, man. What
Aiden Hutchinson was doing to Lamar on Monday Night Football.
Jerry, what went wrong? You're defensive lineman from Michigan. You got to ask the other teams first.
Hey, but Mozzie Smith played 18 snaps last week in Chicago, and
how'd that turn out?
He wasn't the worst defensive lineman on the field for the Cowboys. So
they did get embarrassed by Chicago, but other than that,
but I mean, this game, I know the history does not favor the Cowboys in any way post 2016, right? It was rookie year Dak, rookie year Zeke. They go up to Lambeau Field. They upset those guys. And since then, it's been nightmares and frustration when we play Green Bay. And I think that's what added the salt in the wound for the trade, was not just Micah getting traded, but Micah went to Green Bay. The team that you've been trying to beat, the team that really, you watched the documentary, that's the team that made you cry, Jerry, in 2023. Yeah. When they came in here and people like Luke Musgraves is 30 yards of separation from the rest of your DBs open for touchdowns. The easiest playoff win I've ever seen somebody have against a number 2 seed in the playoffs. It was crazy. Now they're coming back. And it's interesting, though, because everybody and their mom is saying Cowboys are going to get blown out. The Packers are going to tear them apart, blah, blah, blah. As a Cowboys fan, I will say this. I'd like to see them show some heart. I'd like to see them show some freaking pride. And the strategy to me is obvious. You want to have ball control. I think the Cowboys' run game has been revamped with Clayton Adams at offensive coordinator, Connor Riley as offensive line coach. Javonte Williams has ran the ball well. We've ran the ball well this season. Even the Chicago game, we ran the ball well. The game flow got away from us. Without CeeDee Lamb, and now you're down. I'm down my center. I'm down Tyler Booker. I have to be able to control this game. Cavante Turpin, people like that, they're going to be huge in this game to keep things moving and to have an explosive element to keep Green Bay honest, because we're not just going to be able to rely on Dak Prescott to go shot for shot with them. Even when the linemen were healthy, Patrick, we were bottom 3 in pass pro.
Yeah.
Even when they were healthy, even when CeeDee Lamb was playing. And Dak is throwing the piss out of the football this year, by the way.
He's playing great.
He's playing at a top 5 metric in every passing category.
You beat the Eagles if CeeDee Lamb makes a catch.
It's true. It's true. Especially that dime he threw on the post.
Yeah. I mean, he hit him. He hit him over and over again. So that can't blame that one on Dak.
But my thing is, you guys are right. The Cowboys secondary is beyond atrocious. The communication has been non-existent. It's worse than college football. We talked about communication with the Texas team on the offensive line. The communication in the Cowboys secondary has been atrocious. I don't know how you fix that. I don't know what Jadeveon Clowney brings you at this point. Hopefully better than what you currently have. I think what you're relying on, though, is Green Bay's struggles. You brought up Myles Garrett, but they scored 10 points last week.
No, they did. I'll play something later too. It's funny, but yeah, they did.
And they're struggling to run the ball. I think that's why the spread is only 6.5. If not, it would be.
If there's a get right team for your offense, you're playing.
Oh yeah.
You're playing the get right team.
I mean, that's the thing though. Until we see the Cowboys show any sign of life on that defense, you can't not pick Green Bay. Russell Wilson got benched, y'all. And 2 weeks ago, he threw for a career high.
Yes, that's my point. Like this is if Matthew Golden can't break free against Trayvon Diggs.
Oh, he'll break free. Can Jordan Love hit him?
Because
it's been more of a Jordan Love thing than a Matthew Golden thing.
No. By the way, to answer your question, Joe, I did use the internet, but 2016 is the last time the Cowboys beat Green Bay. The last time they won twice in a row, 2007, 2008 was the last time they won 2 in a row against Green Bay. It has been pretty heavily Green Bay.
That was the Dak and Zeke year when they went to Lambeau. It was 2016.
Yeah. That's
and then they lost in the playoffs.
Yeah, not good. All right. How about we go over to my team then, who is struggling more than the Cowboys somehow. The Houston Texans, they're taking on the Titans.
Must win.
2-0. Yeah, I mean, must win is an understatement on so many ways. You are playing the Titans, who don't even really want to win. They're fine with losing. They're 0-3. Cam Ward wants to win. The players want to win.
Yeah.
Tennessee doesn't care about. Like, the Titans are like, we're fine getting another draft pick in here. We don't have the talent to win right now. We need some more.
Struggling at coach too.
He's
done some goofy stuff already this year.
Now, is he as bad as Caley is a play caller? Because I venture there may not be a worse play caller in the NFL right now, at least offensively.
Did y'all downgrade from old boy last
year? Bobby Slowick went over and has infected the Miami Dolphins, if you're wondering what happened to them. Bobby Slowick went over there and infected that team with the virus. That is the worst offense imaginable. So Bobby Slowick got fired because C.J. Stroud sucked. And they're like, well, he was good with you for a year, but now he's bad. Now Nick Caley comes in, and it's even worse. The offensive line needs help, but they're just like, no, guys, figure it out. You got to call plays to try and make this work. And they keep calling deep routes and things. Like, stop calling deep routes. The odds of this working are so low. Stop doing this.
Y'all
they
can't get a run game going at the end of the Jacksonville game.
There's shines in all of them. They should have been able to beat. They've been like a fumble away from winning 2 games. So they're not out of it because there's a lot of talent on this roster. The defense is legit, and there's a ton of talent on the offense. The problem is there's a guy with Parkinson's drawing it right now. Go this way. It's awful.
Not Michael J calling the plays. Why he catch straight?
He's not calling. He's drawing him up. He's drawing him up. all shaky handed and all, drawing them up. It is crazy.
No.
It's been awful to watch. It has not been fun to be a Texans fan.
Y'all
but
getting
this
a
is
dub
like
on Sunday though.
you have to. Like if you don't, then it goes. And then was it Diana Rossini, I believe, was on some show today, and basically was like, "Oh, there's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes that you'll see." Like, what? What does that even mean? What could that possibly mean?
Like that, make a change at OC again? Like what?
Look, here's the hope is that Mike McDaniel gets fired here like in a week, and we can just hire Mike McDaniel in our bye week. And I get you can't just switch an offense completely, but I'm fine with it. Like seriously, just put Mike McDaniel in there, and I'll be much happier. And I get his offense not working.
His offense though, because
it's probably
they
similar.
They all came from Shanahan. They all run the outside zone, staple, blah blah blah, boot. It's what y'all ran before when Kyle was there.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Yeah, he could call it. Yeah.
So I figure he could come in and do some things there. I would be happier with him. I like Mike McDaniel as a coach more, even though the Dolphins look like a dumpster fire too.
Oh, I agree. He can run my offense any day.
I think there may be some top down problems with this Miami team. So Mike McDaniel's not helping because he is not the leader to be able to fix everything. But when you basically dismantle the defense, no one wants to be there. No one believes that there's belief that this team is going to do well from the front office.
And
it's hard
to weirdo.
Yeah, that too. Well, I mean, he is
like
now.
He looks like a Nigerian scammer now.
Personality changes are part of CTE. So who knows what's happened to that poor guy? Poor man Tua. Man. That's the guy that we're all like, we just want you to retire. He's like, yeah, you can't count me out. We're like, it's not counting you out. We believe you can play. We're just telling you this is bad. Like, it is bad how much you're going to concuss. And it's a lot there. So
I think Texans got to win, though.
They have to win this game. They have to win that one. I'm kind of excited where are they at? London? Are they in London? They're Dublin. Sorry. The Dublin game.
Dublin. Yeah. Vikings Steelers.
Aaron Rodgers is going to blame this all on travel in Dublin, and I love it. I love him coming out after this game when he throws like 3 picks and goes for like 85 yards. Because first of all, it's a way, like those games are always harder to play offensively. They're always kind of bogs anyway. And then you're playing a Vikings defense that is very, very good.
Brian Flores, my buddy texted me last week. He's like, man, Jake Browning stinks. I was like, nah, Brian Flores is him. Yeah. Because he's throwing out, it looks like and I mean this in a positive way, it looks like there's 20 people on the field the way he's running his defense.
Yeah.
Because they're showing these, all 11 guys are at the line of scrimmage, and then they're bailing into a 3
No, I remember that was watching the Manning cast on week 1, I think it was, and the Vikings were on. And Peyton Manning goes,
he's like, I played thrown a pick.
He goes, I couldn't read that. He's like, so I don't blame Jay
McClain.
Not Jay, or whoever it was, Caleb Williams, I think. But it was like, I don't blame him. He's like, I would have, like, I couldn't read it. And you're like, all right, if Peyton Manning, I get he's not on the field, but being able to see it from above, see everything else.
One of the biggest compliments you could pay a defensive coach.
Just be like, dude, they're doing amazing things. Amazing things. Let's see. Saints Bills. Do you think Saints pull this one out?
Absolutely not.
Just
no.
The spread on that one, 15.5.
15.5. Yeah.
That's a big spread.
You know why too? Because the Bills are like one of the slower. You would think with Josh Allen, they're up. Yeah. They're just efficient. They score every drive, but they're very slow. They run the ball. They have multiple tight ends, and then when they get close, Josh Allen just does Josh Allen things and gets in the end zone, and they score every time. But you're not going to have the ball a whole lot. That's the problem when you play the Bills. You're only going to have the ball. You're only going to have like 6 possessions against us, and we're just going to be efficient. Yeah. And the Saints, from what I understand, are the fastest paced team in football right now. Like Kellen Moore has them.
They cannot wait to lose.
Poor Spencer Rattler and Alvin Kamara. God bless him. What's the next game?
All right. Eagles and Bucks. Both teams 3-0 right now. Philadelphia favored by 3.5 on the road. Tampa Bay brought in that 400+ pound defensive lineman that they cut to try and be a tush-push stopper. They brought him in to fold up in the middle of the line, which I love. Is just such a trying anything to stop this play at this point. This feels like the Eagles should be able to get it, but the Bucks have been going well. The Mike Evans injury. If Mike Evans playing, I think there's a better shot for Tampa Bay here, but it feels like the Eagles still get this, right?
I can't have Tampa Bay upsetting them if Mike Evans isn't playing in this game. I mean, it's all hands on deck when you play the Eagles. They're the NFL version of Sooner Magic because of the nonsense that you saw. I mean, the block field goal stuff last week was crazy, bro. The stuff that happened with us week 1 with Miles Sanders just fumbling. Like, all the things that have gone the Eagles' way the last they haven't played good ball in the 3-0.
Yeah.
And they'll ramp, and they'll continue to ramp. Tampa Bay's been in nothing but close games. I think Baker Mayfield, all 3 of his games, he's had a game-winning drive in each game. Because even the Jets game, they fell behind with the block field goal from Will McDonald that they ran back, and then all of a sudden Baker Mayfield's like, damn, I got to go and win the game myself, which he did. But no, Mike Evans is a tough task against Philly.
It is.
That's
Look,
a tough task.
If they win this game, Emeka Egbuka is going to be taking his spot as a top wide receiver pretty quick.
He's been terrific.
He's been great. That's what he'd be the guy.
IQ. Yeah, no, I mean, these Ohio State receivers, they're not just efficient in the league. I mean, you know, people talk about Marvin Harrison last night. At least he rebounded in the fourth quarter, so to speak, and salvaged his night. But the rest of them, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Garrett Wilson is showing signs of life on the Jets, despite playing with Tyrod Taylor and Justin Fields. He's still being productive. And then you have Emeka Egbuka, who's suggesting plays on the sideline and telling them what to run, like as a rookie. That is crazy high football IQ.
Yeah.
So just an exciting player. That Des Watson guy, though, the 400-pound guy, real quick sidebar. My fantasy league randomly has been tracking his weight loss progress. I don't know why. It's been one of the funniest things. Every day there's a Des Watson update in our fantasy group chat. And they are so excited that he is back on board. It's like they're the biggest loser coaches with him. It's great. It's crazy. But he is supposed to be the tush-push stopper.
That's what they're bringing him in for. Joe, I'll tell you this. If you did this, Joe, if you're the NFL commission, no Thursday night games, no international games, all games on Sunday with only one Monday night game on ABC so anyone can watch, you would be fired so fast. You would cost them like $10 billion a year.
That's the difference between fan mentality and business mentality.
Yeah,
no, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, well, no, Joe, I get it. And if I could be a government to pass rules on the NFL, I would do it. But the commissioner works for the teams and the owners, so his only goal is to make them more money.
It's the same reason why college football about to get patches, man. It's
the reason why college football is about to have a 40-team playoff. I'll be like, no, but it's best for the game.
But from the fan perspective, real quick, because I am fanatic perspective,
yes.
I see where Joe K is coming from.
Oh, I agree with Joe.
These Thursday games, the quality is
awful.
Half a week of practice, it makes a difference.
Yeah.
It really makes a difference.
100%.
These international games, the amount of travel off of a week from recovering from just playing, the quality goes down. That's why the quality of these games internationally and Thursday are typically, you're absolutely right. The players do need rest, but it's a business, and they're willing to sacrifice quality, just like a fast food service, for the dollar.
Yeah, and the players are completely willing to vote to make the more money, and they will take their own risks of playing to make more money because
people are still betting, right?
Yeah,
people are still playing fantasy, right?
Yeah, if you want it, that's what they do. All right, a couple more games to hit. Big one, Colts and Rams. Was not expecting this to be a big one going in, but Colts versus Rams. Is this Colts thing sustainable? Is it real?
A couple of years ago, I would have said no, but my perspective has changed, Patrick, because of what I saw even last night. Sam Darnold, Sam Darnold looks good. And now he's looked good for 2 different teams.
Yeah.
And that picture came out on Twitter today of Carolina, of Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield running out there for the Carolina Panthers at the same time.
Yeah.
And think about the world we're in 2025 and how they're now viewed as quarterbacks. They're respected. They're viewed like what they were supposed to be coming out in that 2018 draft. They've completely salvaged their careers. And you start to realize, oh, damn, it wasn't them. It was the coaches in the organization and the situations those guys were in. Once they got a little TLC and some opportunities to grow as individuals and mature, they both become very productive, high-level NFL starters. And Daniel Jones, who I was never a fan of in New York, I wasn't even a fan of him coming out of Duke, but he clearly had tools. He clearly was a first-round pick for a reason. And what Shane Steichen has done, putting him in that environment with the weapons around him, Anthony Richardson was always unserious. But I knew with JT, with Alec Pierce, with Adonai, with Mike Pittman, and then you add that Gronkish Tyler Warren over there, they got dudes. Now I don't gotta. What pressure is there on DJ? Who's going now? Going by Indiana Jones instead of Danny Dimes.
Indiana Jones, much better nickname.
I like Indiana Jones.
It's way better. It's a way better nickname. So no, I love it. But then you on the other side, you're like, it's Matt Stafford. So it's like okay, I like because Matt Stafford
the Rams
was
handing him an L though. Yeah. Because that's a tough loss. I don't think they're going to lose back-to-back games. Tough loss.
And it's at LA. I just feel like we're going to at least see Indiana punt once or twice in this game. They'll eventually, they just won't be able to keep as great of an offense as they've had, where it's just every time they're at least scoring. Last one we're going to hit, Ravens and Chiefs. This one was a big one for many, many years. 2 1-2 teams right now. Xavier's back in the game. The Ravens stats are insane. Of how many yards they've gained and be 1-2 because they're just allowing way more points. Their defense is a problem right now, and not in a good way.
They're not well coached. And I mean that from the head coach down. And yes, I'm talking about John Harbaugh. Yes, I'm talking about their defensive coordinator. I'm glad. I was happy to see that young brother get an opportunity last year. I have not liked the way that he's called that defense since they lost the McDonald's of the world to the Seahawks, who's now the head coach over there.
Doing well.
Wink and then went to Michigan. Jesse Minter's in the Chargers. And that young brother's struggling. He's not able to get any pressure. You would think with Malachi Starks, Kyle Hamilton, Marlon Humphrey is getting crapped on by the fan base right now because of his podcast. He's become the new Micah Parsons of the enemy number one in the fan base. Then they pick up Jair Alexander from the Packers, and they're getting roasted. They're also allowing the most yards against the run.
Everything's going poorly.
Everything's going. Where's Roquan Smith? What the hell is going on? What is this? Matabuke. They got players at all levels. You talked about the amount of yards that Baltimore's gained. Let's talk about the points. Didn't they score 40 points in the opener against Buffalo?
Yeah.
Didn't they score 30 points last week against Detroit?
Yeah.
And they put up 41 on the Browns, who the Packers could only score 10.
Yeah.
And they're 1-2.
Yeah. 1-2.
That's the
fumbles and bad defense.
In the NFL, if you're scoring 40 points, you're almost averaging 40 points a game. You should be 1 or 2 losses on the season.
But I'll tell you this: I think that the Chiefs have a defense that can actually show up. They've played well so far this year. The offense just hasn't been there. Give me Xavier Worthy back against this bad Baltimore defense. It feels like this is a Chiefs win at home. I get it. Baltimore's going to be in it. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't say easy, but I feel like I'd put money on this because I just feel like Baltimore hasn't shown that they're going to play defense yet. And if you're not going to play any defense whatsoever, I'm going to take the team with the good defense and figure that the offense.
I agree with that.
Is going to win.
I just think that if they lose, they're going to have to make some coaching changes on the defensive side.
They might have to.
Because Mahomes right now is their best rusher for Kansas City. Isaiah Pacheco's been booty.
Yeah.
Kareem Hunt's overweight. And washed. The Chiefs haven't run but if the Chiefs come in this game and start running the ball well, all of a sudden, oh no. Get these boys out of here, man.
No, I'm with you. Wanted to hit something else with you. We're running out of time, but I want to get to some NBA talk with you as well.
Let's do it. We got
because
15 minutes.
You're the guy who can go NBA talk with me. So we'll start off because training camp does begin on Monday. We're getting back to the season. We have now looked at our NBA future odds, and your odds to win the NBA championship once again goes to Oklahoma City. Back-to-backs are pretty rare these days, but they are the large betting favorite right now to win the title. And then behind them are the Knicks, Rockets, Cavs, and Nuggets, all coming in at second place in those rankings. Who are you looking at, Steven, to begin the NBA season that you're like, this is the team to beat now that we know Jason Tatum, who's trying to come back this year, but we know he's coming back, Achilles, Tyrese Halliburton
out. We're going to squash that.
But
we love your motivation, brother.
Yeah,
but.
I'm with you. But I'm just saying, these are the teams that are normally at the top of that conversation. Oh, yeah. They're kind of out of it now. Is there anybody that you think is going to threaten the reign of Oklahoma City when they still have this roster?
No, there's a gap. This OKC team, the breakthrough they had last year in the Western Conference, before even getting to the Pacers finals, and they, because I thought they learned a lot about themselves in the Pacers finals, and I think it was big, especially for SGA, to perform like that at that level. He ended up putting the stamp on one of the best individual seasons ever. And so now you're coming back with all of that confidence, but all that youth. And they are healthier than the ops. Indiana's, like you said, Indiana and Boston, you don't even got to – that's – the fact that that Cleveland and the Knicks are like the reigning threats out east, does that keep you up at night if you're Mark Dagnall? Hell no.
No.
You're not – I feel like the biggest thing I'd be worried about is Houston just took an enormous blow with Fred going down. Or else you would argue probably Houston. The Lakers have to make a trade. I hear that they're trying to move AR for Walker Kessler so they can get a real big. But, Danny Ainge is going to want to tap a little bit more out of that in terms of capital. So I don't know if they get that done. And then Walker Kessler didn't sign his rookie tender or whatever it was. So he's going to be a restricted free agent. That's going to be interesting. The Lakers they still need a big. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think it's the Thunder, and then it's a big gap. Maybe Denver in the mix.
Because Denver's always kind of there.
Yeah, I mean, out of respect to Jokic in his prime. But hey, you know what, Patrick? This is a time where our San Antonio Spurs, hear me out.
Yeah.
Victor Wembanyama coming back healthy, now entering year 3 with the fire, we're young.
Very young.
This is the time to make a leap. I'm not saying a champion, but a leap to being an established playoff team and somebody that's scary matchup-wise. This is the time to make that move for the Spurs.
Yeah, I mean, the Spurs, the main thing for me is I just have to see the 3 guards and how that works, like how that actually works, because it feels like you're still a player away. Like it feels like if those are all point guards and you just go, we have 3 guys that are the future of the franchise, they're all point guards. That it seems still to be a problem in my head. If those 3 guys can all be able to step it up, then that's something. But like that to me, and then it's like, what can we do? Who can we play at center alongside Wemby? Who is the other big that you can go down there? Because I don't think it's Jeremy Sohan.
No, but they did. From a big man perspective, Luke Cornett. Remember they paid money to get him from Boston.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
And then I think they picked up the other big guy from what's the other dude? Kelly Olynyk. So
you don't. We just got boring white guys. Why every time the Spurs got to be the most boring damn team on the planet? I don't want to root for those guys.
I'm not a big Kelly O guy either, and he's kind of a dirty player.
I think Kelly Olynyk.
I like Luke Cornett though.
Look, I'll say this: Kelly Olynyk 6 years ago probably would have been a decent pickup. He would have been more annoying, but he would have been a better player. Now he's just kind of annoying, and you're like, I don't know if he's still got any legs on him.
Kelly Olynyk, low key, is 34 years old, dude.
That's what I'm saying. He is not he's been borderline washed for like 2 or 3 years now. There's a reason the Spurs could get him pretty easily. So that one, I'm like, that one, it may be a Spurs just doesn't work out move.
Yeah, that also there still may be some room to make some moves mid-season.
They are so because Jeremy Sohan is the least athletic power forward in the league, and then you added Luke Cornett and Kelly Olynyk to just like when they're running sprints. How long do the rest of the team have to wait for those three guys to finish? All three of them slow, can't jump.
Hey, but we got the fastest point guard in basketball now, in De'Aaron
Fox. We got speed at the little guys. We got all the speed over there.
You're right though about the guard rotation. That's going to be the biggest thing. I think that and just Wemby's development.
It's like, and where does Devin Vassell fit in this world? Because he can't really play three. Because he can't play defense. So if you're trying to play Harper and Castle and Fox a decent amount of minutes, there's Vassell's minutes are gone. And that's a waste because you're paying him a lot of money. Like, can you trade him and get something back for him if you're not going to be able to play him? And if you're just going to play him this season, that's in CB. By the way, they called Tim boring. Tim wasn't boring. Boring is guys who can't do it. Tim Duncan was a joy to watch. I'll tell you that. He was a joy for a basketball fan to watch. The more boring players, are the guys who try to be not boring. And then you're just like, I get it. It was like Kelly Olynyk's coolest, or Luke Cornett's coolest thing is that he tries to block 3-pointers by jumping 15 feet away from the guy. And then statistics show it somewhat works.
So when you look at the starting five, like, I guess one of the things when I look at the rotation is like, obviously De'Aaron Fox, Wemby. Then how do you build around that? Because there's been some arguments about maybe Vassell moving like all the way up, because I think you still have Harrison Barnes on this roster.
Yeah.
And
he was really good last year.
And he was really good last year. He's a good three. He's still a good 3-and-D guy at his age. And he doesn't need the basketball as much. So you're not in this log jam type deal. You still have, the number 2 pick in the draft and Dylan Harper, who can play however you want him. I think they're going to have some opportunities to experiment with the lineup. I just need them to try to find some of that chemistry earlier in preseason and camp, so that it's not costing us BS losses at the beginning part of the season, to where when we do find our stride post All-Star break, we're like, man, we would be in the 5 hole, but we started the season slow. Like, that's been one of the things that's plagued the Spurs, quite frankly.
Yep. 100%.
Is the slow starts to the season, because they just have not been sure. Even when Wemby's rookie year and they were playing him so much at the 4, and they just weren't sure how to, like, I'd like to see that stuff get cleared up in training camp. You guys brought this roster together for a reason. What's the vision? Where do you see guys playing and fitting? Well,
and let's be clear, this is Mitch Johnson's go time now. This has been kind of a weird flux with Pop and his health issues, that you couldn't really have a game plan the same way as you wanted to. Now you can. Now this is Mitch Johnson's team. And Pop's still, I'm sure, involved in plenty of other ways, but it is now, you can have more of a force going forward. And I can answer the rodeo road trip. The reason they'll never play here is because the money wouldn't be right, because they don't own the building here. They have to rent it. And they own the building there. So they'd rather have the home games around of like other times and just go on the road for a while. That's the reason. Money is the reason why they will never play the games here at the Moody Center. The money was not right. And then I have no idea, CB, if a new arena would make the rodeo road trip. I imagine that they just move the rodeo to the new building. That'd be my assumption. You'd still have it. because I believe the Spurs own the San Antonio Rodeo.
Can I throw out a couple different lineups at you?
Yeah.
To peek here. So what if I'm going to throw out the lineup I think that they'll start with.
Okay.
And then maybe one that might be more productive. So I think that they'll end up going Fox, Vassell, Barnes, Sohan at the 4, and then Wemby at the 5. I think that's probably the way that they would start this, just so they have the shooter in the lineup.
Yeah.
Vassell, because of the money and him being a natural 2 guard, you want to try to keep him comfortable at his home position at the 2. And then that way De'Aaron Fox has full autonomy over the offense, right? And I think we all agree Wemby should be playing that 5-man role.
Yeah.
But part of me is like, I want Castle starting. And so it's like, do I play with maybe a Fox Castle backcourt and I keep Barnes, or maybe spin Barnes down to the 4 and play small, and I think that's what we're headed to. Until they make a deal and something happens, it feels like it's going to be Fox, Castle, Vassell, Barnes, Wemby. And because that way you can keep that rotation a little bit more open for Harper as well. Because you're not kind of sticking, competing with Castle.
Yeah, you're moving Vassell. You're saying Vassell and Barnes are in the same rotation. They're in the 3-4 rotation now. And that kind of takes, you can leave that other rotation a little bit to get all those guys the minutes you want to get them.
True.
And so I think that makes more sense in my head. Now, what they could come out, they could go even bigger and go, I think Kornet could be in the starting lineup. It's a fully believable thing that they could have Kornet in the starting lineup and say, we trust him to space the court and, basically go Fox, Vassell, Barnes, Kornet, Wemby. I think that's a viable starting lineup as well that they could come out with. So it's kind of going to be how they mesh together. A lot of it's going to be how they, work in camp of Wemby with these other players. And, the spacing, who's hitting threes in those. I think all of those are kind of the place that you're.
Let me ask you this, because you actually texted this before, and I want to get your take on it. What are your takes on Wemby, period, in terms of where do you need to see the growth? Because to me,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm answering. Well,
no, you're good. Yeah, you go.
But I'm not answering the question. But I'm going to say this piece. Wemby has the ability to ascend to a level that a lot of players in the NBA can't ascend to. So there's going to be some season where he ascends from superstar talent to true superstar. Oh my God, it doesn't even matter what's around him. We're going to be like, he's able to just dominate games night in, night out. But what do you need to see from him specifically to get to that point?
You want me to give the easiest answer? 65 games. It's the easiest answer I can give you.
So your answer is just him being available.
Well, that's the easiest answer. If he can't play 65 games, it changes the outcome of no matter how good he is. Joel Embiid's great when he plays. He ain't ever going to win a championship in Philly. So there is the bar minimum. I need to see you play a full season. I get the blood clots are a rare thing. I get you could have played a lot more games your rookie season and Pop held you out. I get all those pieces. I need to see you play more games. Just that bar none number one thing I'm looking for Wemby. Play more. And then after that, it is, can he work within the offense at the right level to where when his usage rate goes up, it doesn't turn into a bunch more turnovers. It doesn't turn into wasted trips of him forcing it too much. And a lot of that goes into the rest of the guys being able to hit threes and help him out. But the reality, like defensively, I think we're already pretty good where he's at. So now it's the offensive part of the ball, get further into it. And no, Joe, if the Spurs can win 45, I'll be much happier this season. That's about where I'm at of what I want the Spurs to be at. I'd love for them to be more, but with this roster, how it's constructed, I don't know if they have enough people to win 50.
I mean, how many teams in the NBA are even it's going to be like the Thunder, Cleveland. Maybe I wouldn't even say Houston anymore after Fred.
I think Houston will be okay. I think something will work out there. I am Reed Shepard, Amon Thompson does worry me. I'll say that. That does worry me. Is like Amon Thompson's awesome, but to have two guys who have never played point guard in the NBA play point guard in the NBA, and I can't imagine Reed Shepard's going to stay in that rotation with Ime, with him not playing defense.
That's going to be the key.
That's like I just don't know how you stay in the rotation.
He got a clip.
Well, I mean, they'll go out and get Pat Bev. They'll be good to go.
Way to end the weekend there.
We'll end it on that. We gotta get out of here. Thank you so much to Steven from Fanatic Perspective. Tell everyone where they can find you to go check him out. He is a must-watch this Texas Longhorn season.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Patrick, for having me on. It's always fun being on Open Gym. Find me, Fanatic Perspective, all social medias, short form, long form, YouTube. We host lives, therapy sessions, the whole bit. Come talk ball. Lots of fun. Thanks for having me on yet again here.
Can't wait for basketball season to talk more with you, and then we'll be watching you as well when we get to basketball season. We like
to have you on. No, we're gonna have some basketball.
For sure. Yes, for sure. We're gonna get out of here. We'll be back on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody. It's a bye week. Enjoy it, because it ain't gonna happen again for a while. So enjoy it. We'll see you back on Monday. Until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here on Monday for more from Open Gym.